Supervisor Brennan to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to, after the pledge, to please remain standing for a moment of silence for three recently passed individuals. Former Assistant Sheriff James Hoback. He had over 27 years of service to our county, working with 5 sheriffs: Wally Berry, Robert Cohane, Richard Dudding, Richard Rogers, and James Maley. Franco Young, a 14-year member of the Southern Tuolumne County Planning Commission, a man that took community service to heart, giving his time and help to people in the community. And to former Calaveras County Sheriff Gary Kuntz. He provided over 30 years of service to Calaveras County. I want to give our prayers and condolences to the families. Supervisor Brennan, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please join me in a salute to the greatest flag in the country on this election day in our country. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, this is oral communication time. Public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. So if you have something to talk about that's not related to our agenda, please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning to our wonderful supervisors on this wonderful rainy day. My name is Kathy Facilla, and I would like to just make an invitation again for the Tuolumne County Central Committee and Republican Women, and we're having a mental health seminar on November 5th, Thursday night, here in the Supervisors' Chambers. We'll present a forum on mental health issues in our county, featuring featured speakers are Dr. Arnold Zederman, Amador County Behavioral Health Advisor, Sherry Brennan, Tuolumne County Supervisor, and Laura Krieg, Tuolumne County District Attorney. The purpose of this forum is to start public conversation to look at the patterns of mental health that are increasingly visible in our county, and I thank you for allowing me to get that across. And, of course, the Republican Women and the Tuolumne County Central Committee will be hosting a Patriots Picnic on the 7th of November at the Moose Lodge. It'll be at 1 o'clock, and we'll be having a wonderful barbecued hamburger total-style dinner for $10. The children under 5 will be free. And we will be honoring our first responders in our county. And children are very welcome. 5 years and under have a free lunch, and we would love for you all to come. Thank you very much.
Next, please.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Suzanne Greenwood with the local Child Care Planning Council and ISIS, the Infant Child Enrichment Services. I just wanted to put a little bug in your ear that in the coming months, we are in the beginning stages of developing a county-wide forum to address the well-being of children in our community, and we'll be drawing together a lot of community partners, including yourselves, so keep your ears open for that. I'm mostly here, though, this morning to introduce ISIS' new executive director. I think you're all aware that our founding director, Evelyn Thompson, retired this past summer after 35 years, so we're very happy to have Willow Thorpe as our new executive director. She came on a couple months ago, and just would like to introduce her and let her speak to you for a moment.
Good morning. I am so honored to have been selected as the Director of Infant Child Enrichment Services, and I wanted to share with you some really exciting news that came down right after I came on, which is the state decided to increase our alternative payment budget by a significant amount. Right now we get about $700,000 to give back to our community and Mariposa's community for child care payments and to help people with child care. They've raised it by over 30%, so now we have over $1 million to give back to the communities. And we need more childcare providers. So we're actively recruiting, and we ask your help in spreading the word to people who may need childcare, to people who are currently using it, who might qualify. Just give us a call for that. And I also wanted to say thank you because I had the opportunity to work for the county for about 6 years and learned a lot that brought me to this job here. And I also was able to use a lot of the services that ISIS provides over the time that I was getting to where I am professionally. So I'm honored to be able to now share that with other people in our community and help them grow into professionals who live here.
Well, thank you and welcome to your new position.
Thank you very much.
Next, please.
Good morning. Rebecca Garcia from the Stanislaus National Forest. The City of Berkeley has been a permit holder for nearly a century on the Stanislaus National Forest. And during the 2013 rim fire, approximately 90% of the camp was destroyed. The City of Berkeley has submitted an application for a new special use permit to rebuild Berkeley Tuolumne Camp. And the project proposes to issue a 30-year permit to the City of Berkeley to reconstruct the camp much as it was before. And the citizens of Tuolumne County, as well as stakeholders at large, have been a valued partner in providing feedback on our projects and activities. The scoping period on this project began last week, and it goes until November 27th. So issues, concerns, and thoughts are welcome. You can get more information about this project on the Stanislaus National Forest website or by calling our supervisor's office at 532-3671. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning. I'm a member of the public, and I am so happy to see a crowd here. So I usually feel like I'm here by myself. So I would like to request an agenda item in the future. Governor Brown signed Assembly Bill 888 in October, which is going to be banning the use of microbeads into cosmetic and soap products by the year 2020. I also spoke to Belinda Barlow about this. And I think we should be more of a leader in our community and ban these microbeads from our products. So these are tiny bits of plastic that they use as scrubbing components or exfoliants that can slip through our water and end up in our water systems when they go down the drain. So 8 trillion microbeads enter our water habitats in the U.S. every day, which is enough to cover 300 tennis courts. And that's just 1% of the microbeads that are floating around. 99%, or 800 trillion microbeads, end up in our wastewater plants and then passed on to our land and our animals and our fish. And then microbeads also soak up toxins like a sponge, so they become even more potent toxic chemicals in our systems. So if you get up in the morning and you wash your face with a Neutrogena facial scrub, you're washing your face with plastic. If you put on Olay Regenerist age-defying cream, you're filling in your age lines with plastic. If you brush your teeth with Crest toothpaste, a lot of Crest products, you're brushing your teeth with plastic. If you go down to the kitchen to make breakfast and you use soft soap, kitchen antibacterial soap, you're washing your hands with plastic. So I would like us to be a leader in our community and have these plastic-containing products removed from our store shelves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Grinnell, not speaking as a member of TUD Board, just as a private citizen. I just want to remind you of the need for more fire hydrants in our area. You know, we finally got rain, but there is a huge need. If you go down Jamestown, you look at Chinese Camp, you look at a lot of these communities, there's just a big need for more fire hydrants, and I think it's a combination of the county and the water agencies and the people that need them, and you know, sometimes they're spread out 1,000 feet when they need to be closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I should be surprised.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and especially the public. My name is Randy Henvelt. I am the #1 fan of the Columbia College Community Chorus, and I'm telling you it's time to mark your calendar. December 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Friday night, Saturday night at 7:30, and Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Sounds of the Season, Columbia College Community Chorus will get your holiday season started appropriately with a little music, and you'll be dancing as you walk out. It'll be a great event. It's under the direction of Daryl Hollinger. Put it on your calendar. Do not miss it. You will come and thank me for telling you that. And I'll be back next week with official brochures.
Time and place?
Sarah Opera House, 7:30 on Friday night, December 1st, 7:30 Saturday night, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? I see no one. I'll bring it back to the board for the clerk. Please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held on October 20th and October 23rd, 2015. Approving correspondence thanking Governor Brown for current and future funding under the California Disaster Assistance Act program assisting Tuolumne County in drought response and future tree mortality response. Accepting a notice of completion for the Jamestown Sidewalk project. Accepting the notice of completion for the 2014 chip seal project. Resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Office to accept a 2015-16 Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways Surrendered and Abandoned Vessel Exchange Grant. Resolution to transfer property taxes from the Tuolumne County Fire Department to the Tuolumne County Fire Department for District for the proposed annexation of excess APN numbers 9-200-01 through 06 and western portion APN 9-200-08 through 16 to the Tuolumne Fire District. Recognizing the resignation of Holly Hutchins from the Child Care Providers Representative from the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council effective upon the appointment authority's appointment of the replacement of the position and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation. And number 8 has been pulled and will be heard at a later date.
Thank you. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring back to the board. Any board member wish to pull any item on the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull item 2.
I'd like to pull item 3.
Okay, item 2 and 3. I'd like a motion on the remaining items on the consent calendar.
Move on remaining.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item number 2.
Consideration of approving correspondence thanking Governor Brown for current and future funding under the California Disaster Assistance Act.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just didn't think item 2 should just pass on the way it is on the consent calendar and not make it known. And we're sending a letter, or proposing to send a letter of thank you to the governor. I know the governor mostly gets complaints and demands, but he gave us that emergency declaration on water, and he gave us funds to do things, and it's just appropriate that we acknowledge that with a thank you. I don't imagine he gets too many thank you letters, which is kind of nice, but it's made a huge difference in our ability to deal with this drought and for people to have real water, get hooked up get permanent solutions, and it continues. We don't know how long that's going to last. We don't know how long the drought's going to last, but the difference it's made in an enormous number of lives is in our community is important. So I just wanted to bring that up and make sure the public understood what was going on there, and so we can formally say thank you to the governor for doing something good. Usually we demand, so let's say thank you where it's deserved.
Good idea. Any other board comment on item number 2? Any public comment on item number 2? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item number 2.
Second.
The first and the second. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 3.
Consideration of accepting the notice of completion for the Jamestown Sidewalk project.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, while staff's on their way up, I was going to pull this anyway for another reason, but I got a email that I'm not sure that staff is aware of. Came in yesterday about after 4:30. pardon me, about a problem that we might have with the rain and some drainage and everything. So I will give that to staff to work. I don't think it affects whether we pass the notice of completion or not. I just think it's work that is going to need to be looked at going forward. And I will get that to staff as soon as I have a break. The real reason I was going to pull this originally was to thank staff for doing a project that was very important to a very important part of my district, Jamestown. So I really do want to express appreciation to the staff for some good work on that. And I'm confident that we will address whatever drainage issue is associated with it. But I would encourage you to take a look at it once you get the email that I got.
I just might add, I was copied on that email, and I did forward it over to Mr. York.
You got a comment, Duke?
I checked it out this morning, and there was a small bird bath or whatever, but it has to do with the shape of the road. So we're going to take a look at it and what can be done. Probably utilize our own forces to try to resolve it.
Wasn't a walkway issue then?
Yeah.
Okay.
The road, our older road.
I know, we need to replace it.
I can't help the road, so.
Okay. All right, so
Okay.
you're aware. And
Okay.
Excellent job, great improvement for the community. I think everybody's got to really be liking it. Any other comment? Any public comment on the item number 3?
I move to approve the notice of completion for the Jamestown Sidewalk Project.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first, second by Supervisor Brennan. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 9.
Presentation of county service awards to employees from the Human Services Agency and Probation Department.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. And it is my pleasure to be here this morning to recognize Steve Boyack for his 25 years as a county employee. Yes, he was allowed to start when he was 15. Steve was hired as an environmental health specialist in September 1990, and then he promoted to a senior environmental health specialist in February 1994 and a principal environmental health specialist in September 2000. He then moved to the county administrator's office, beginning his stay as an administrative analyst in February 2002, and then promoted to a senior administrative analyst in April 2003. He served 6 years there in the county administrator's office. And the CAO's office, their loss was HSA's gain when he became the Assistant Human Services Agency Director in July 2008. So he's held that position for over 7 years. Steve currently has management oversight of over 100 Human Service Agency employees, including those in the behavioral health, veterans, and ambulance departments, as well as child welfare and our fiscal unit. Steve's knowledge and experience have contributed to the organizational and administrative enhancements we've made at Human Services. These include enhanced integration between the Human Services departments, particularly behavioral health and child welfare, to ensure seamless delivery of client services. After 7 years, Steve is adept at understanding factors that impact our fiscal solvency in the 5 HSA departments, and he plays a critical role in the development of our budgets. And I'm pleased to say that for fiscal year 14-15, 4 of our 5 budgets ended with better than anticipated fund balances. Steve is the consummate professional. He's always willing to do what's asked of him, and he's an excellent analyst, thoughtfully considering all decisions, keeping fiscal prudence in mind at all times. His numerous strengths include his commitment to improving processes and services, his exceptional follow-through to make sure deadlines are met, his analytical prowess, and his dedication to public service. After 25 years of working in the public sector, with over half of that time in county administration and human services, he has an excellent global understanding of the workings of county government. He recognizes the importance of both public and private community partnerships. He seeks opportunities for staff development and works to improve the fiscal bottom line by maximizing federal and state funding while maintaining awareness of future fiscal trends and risks. Steve approaches his work with integrity and an unparalleled work ethic. He has never shied or wavered from new challenges. This is evident by his willingness to manage both behavioral health and child welfare, two of the most risk-based areas in all of county government, always focusing on how staff can work together to forward the agency's mission. It is a privilege to work with such a dedicated and insightful administrator. And please join me and the Human Services Agency staff in congratulating Steve on 25 years in county government.
Congratulations. I just want to say a couple things. I think when I was elected about almost 7 years ago, Steve was one of the first individuals that I had lunch with. And I was certainly impressed at that time, and I'm even more impressed over the years that I've worked with him. You get a straight answer from this guy. Sometimes it's not what you like, but when you ask him a question, you give the information, and he's just been great for Tuolumne County. So again, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Some might ask why I picked this picture. We do this at the Human Services Agency for folks that get awards that aren't up here receiving an award from your board. And that's a picture of Westside with logs in the lagoon at Westside as a reminder to me about our past economic heritage. I would like to, first of all, thank my wife and my children. Anyone who does this job for a period of time understands that the work-life balance is sometimes a challenge. And when I don't get home until 6, 7, 8, sometimes 9 o'clock at night, they understand. Secondly, I would like to talk about maybe the three most gratifying pieces and experiences that I've had 25 years of doing work here in the county. One of those is helping folks through the complicated and convoluted, sometimes over-bureaucratic processes of government, whether it's building a business, whether it's taking folks through a land use issue, a parcel map issue, and now in the Human Services Agency, folks that walk through the doors for the first time in behavioral health, social services, public health, or the Veterans Office that need our help or a service of any kind for the first time. Working with staff, number two, working with staff to develop their skill set so that we're in a position to build the most competent, confident skill sets in this workplace, and to retain those folks, to do what we can do in the workplace to make the workplace better for them. And thirdly, the relationships you build over 25 years, both private, public, the relationships you build with all these folks in this chamber today. It's the most important thing. So for that, I thank you for the time today and for a few more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyack. Clerk, please read item. Oh, one more. I'm sorry. I'm rushing it. I apologize.
One more. This is very important.
Absolutely.
Wanted to get wet. Wishful thinking, huh? Good morning. Adele Arnold, Chief Probation Officer. Board Chair, members of the board, Mr. Pedro. Good morning. It is with great pleasure that I'm here today to honor 20 years of service in our department by one of our legal clerks, MJ, or Mary Jane, is here before us. She has been with the county, as I said, for 20 years. She started her career at Tuolumne General Hospital back in December of 1995 as an office assistant in the radiation department. I think that's kind of why she glows so beautifully every day. She was employed in that position for 12 years until the hospital closed in July of 2007. If you remember, and my staff certainly do, back in, I believe it was late August, early September of 2014, when our office flooded and became the Titanic of Tuolumne County, we were briefly sheltered over at the old TGH. And it was like going home for MJ because she was downstairs to greet our customers that come into our building, and she was closely adjacent to her old digs when she was there for 12 years as a member of the radiation department. So she was able to show us around the building. She knew the ways of that old building, and to many of our staff, that was pretty scary being in there. Days after the hospital closed, I mean, she's telling me just a few days, she moved over to the probation department and took a position in our department as a clerk. Eventually, all clerk positions were reclassified to legal clerks. She is currently assigned to my adult unit and has performed all of the job assignments and tasks necessary to process cases to and from the court and prepare documents for our criminal justice partners. As you know, our adult unit has grown by leaps and bounds over the last several years, compliments of AB 109, and MJ has been right in the thick of it, getting our forms up to date and learning the processes and the different things that we need to do now to move paperwork. She opens all felony cases as they come over from the court, processes all adult offender minute orders, prepares documents for court hearings, and is on things like revocations, change in modifications to orders, warrant requests, and make sure that all paperwork from probation is to the court in a timely fashion so that we can handle hearings. MJ is our senior tenured clerk and has been instrumental in helping to train new staff in all tasks. Needless to say, MJ is a very busy lady. Legal clerks that have received training from MJ say that they appreciate the mellow way she provides instruction and direction. She has been instrumental in helping to orient new clerks to the department policies and procedures and is always there to lend a helping hand and assist when needed. MJ always has a smile on her face and a kind word for staff and our customers who call or come into the office on a daily basis. She's willing to help and tackle new projects without delay. MJ is an absolute pleasure, and to demonstrate that, I would like all of my staff that are here to honor MJ's staff and show MJ the love we have for her. Please stand up. I will tell you, this is quite a feat to get him here. Usually it's a demand staff meeting or potluck, and now for MJ. Thank you, MJ, for the past 20 years of dedicated service to the county. We've profited by your expertise. We'll hope you'll be with us for many more years to come. Congratulations.
Service. I got this one for only 5 years, so it's a great pension. I actually like the service.
What's that?
No, I had that for length of
No.
service.
Is it okay if I say a few
Oh,
words?
you have to.
Oh.
That's part of the program. You can't leave without it.
Thank you, Adele, for your kind words. I really appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman and the Board of Supervisors, thank you. 20 years has seemed like a long time, but it's really gone by very fast. Working for the county has provided me with the ability to raise 2 daughters as a single mom, and I've made a lot of great friends along the way. There's been a lot of laughter and a few tears, a lot of good times and a few bad times, but the positive has always outweighed the negative. It doesn't take just one person to make a department successful. takes a team of coworkers, and I've been fortunate at both jobs at the hospital and under the leadership of Adele at the probation department, and I just want to thank everyone.
Thank you. I would offer public comment on that. If anybody wishes to speak, they certainly can come up. All right, we'll move on.
Presentation of the 2015 California State Association of Counties Challenge Award for the Residential Water Safety Net Program.
Okay, today we have Graham Krenos with us from California State Association of Counties, and welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be up here in beautiful Tuolumne County. I'm Graham Krenos. I'm the Director of Operations and Member Services for CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, and it's a great day that we're able to come up here and celebrate the innovation that's occurring here in Tuolumne County. The California State Association of Counties serves as the unified, effective voice of all California's 58 counties, both in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. And in that role, we're fortunate to be able to advocate for solutions that reflect a diversity in Tuolumne County and all counties across the state, and try to preserve local control, sufficient flexibility and funding for many of the things that come down from the state and federal governments. And we also are fortunate to be able to tell the county story and celebrate the great innovation that's occurring throughout the state in the county family. And Tuolumne County fits right in with that. We have a Challenge Award program at CSAC where we look for great counties going the extra mile, trying to get things done on behalf of your residents. And this year we had 254 entries from across the state. That's the highest we've had in many, many years. And with that stiff competition, only 8 counties received a Challenge Award, and you're one of them. And that's a great testament to the work that's being done here in Tuolumne County. The specific award that I'm fortunate to be able to deliver to you today is a Challenge Award related to your Residential Water Safety Net Program. And this is directly linked to the drought where Tuolumne recognized the seriousness of the drought. And as Supervisor Hanfold just said a few moments ago, it's unclear when that's going to end. But certainly what we do know is that the more than 200 wells that have gone dry in Tuolumne County folks have been put in a much better position as a result of this water safety net program. What the county did to really take the challenge by the horns and move forward is create a program that has 3 prongs to it. First, installing tanks or delivering water in places where it's necessary. Second, if there are homes that are close enough to local infrastructure to tie them into temporary connections to individual homes. And certainly if there's a large enough groups of homes, making permanent connections where possible through the Tuolumne Utility District. This has been a huge benefit to the citizens here, and what's most remarkable to me actually is how lightning fast your county has turned it around in terms of activating those connections and ensuring that water supply would continue so that folks may remain in their homes. So in as little as 5 to 7 days, going from a dry well to actually having water available so that folks can remain in their homes is outstanding and certainly a model for the whole state to look at. So this program developed here in Tuolumne County, one of the things that we look for as part of the Challenge Board process is how the degree to which we can replicate that, other counties can look at it, see it as a model, and put it in place. And this absolutely meets that criteria, as other folks can look at the great work that you're doing and then begin to put that in place in other counties across the state. And I actually want to read a real brief quote from a state Office of Emergency Services official who had this to say about the work that you're doing. Tuolumne County has been a remarkable leader in responding to the unprecedented impacts of this historic drought. The county's response efforts have and will continue to serve as a blueprint for other counties to follow when faced with similarly daunting drought challenges. This is a testament to the really marvelous program that you've put together here to be responsive to your local taxpayers, to the residents, to folks suffering with the drought here. And with that, what I would like to do is call the chairman down and deliver this great award to Tuolumne County on behalf of CSAC to your board and the great staff here in Tuolumne.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I got it in the right direction. Board of Supervisors are always in an interesting position. Easy for us to identify a problem, but it's a little more difficult to come up with a solution. So we have the staff that did come up with the solution. So could everybody that was involved in that program, would they please come up here and just kind of hold on to this with me? Because I think you're the ones that need to be rewarded for this, not the Board of Supervisors. So please come on up. You too, Rob. Okay, we're going to have Tracy come here, and I want you to talk a little bit about all the people that were involved in this. So, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Graham, for coming up and doing this for us. And the individuals standing before you are key. As we've heard about teamwork, this is not something that any one group could do. And I'm seeing a couple of members who aren't standing up here. So Lisa and Eric, can you please come up? Dr. Ortiz, please. And Jeff and Lisa, thank you. Christina, where is Christina? Yes? Yes. Okay, am I missing anyone, guys? Is that good? Okay, so Mr. Pedro, yes, he probably should be up here with us. So the point in this, of course, is not one person makes this happen. It's a whole group of people that make this happen. We are blessed in Tuolumne County with not just amazing staff, but amazing partners on the state level. Yes, I just realized Dana's not up here either. Come on, Dana. So please bear with me as I would like to kind of go through. We have some amazing staff and some agencies up here, so I'm going to quickly go through them. I will start over here since we're in line here, but we have, of course, Mr. Pedro, our supervisor, Gray, who is also our chairman and our OES director. We have Graham with the CSAC. Dana Ellis is our representative for Cal OES. She has been here with us for almost nonstop now for about 2.5 years since the rim fire, and has been an advocate at all levels. We have Sarah Carrillo, who is our county counsel. Sarah did the first MOU with a private nonprofit and shared that statewide, and that's why we were able to move so quickly on this. And Ethan Beligmeyer, we have stolen Ethan on several occasions, and we did it again. He normally works for public health, and now he's social services, public health emergency services coordinator. Yes, you were there. Emergency preparedness coordinator, sorry. And then we stole him into our office. We've done that on multiple occasions now. And then we have Rob Koslevy. He's our environmental health director. And he is a first point of contact. When someone has a dry well, they contact his office, and he has personally gone out to each and every home. Then we have Larry Bile. Larry is our GIS coordinator. All the maps that we've been distributing and the way that we have tracked this program has been through Larry and Dorothea Koenig. And then we have Madeline Amlin, who's also been helping in GIS as well. And TUD, amazing partner. They have helped us through so many different parts of the drought. And Lisa went through all of our drought forums with us. She is the public relations for Tuolumne Utilities District and a whole bunch of all other things that you get tasked with. Lisa McConnell, her and her husband own they are certified water haulers. They provide water to 134 tanks at this point, some of them that have been installed by Jeff next to her. Jeff Mankey is a general contractor. And when we talk about how quickly these can be done, it's because of Rob and Jeff that they are able to go out there, get that inspection, and then Jeff is out there immediately doing and getting that tank installed. And then, of course, McConnell getting that water delivered to them. Then we have Dr. Ortiz, and we also had Dr. Stolp in the past, and they are key in that when we have someone who may have some type of medical or special need, they can talk to a physician or a nurse, and we can then allocate additional water if needed. And Eric Johnson. Eric has been amazing as well. He's TUD. Right now, you are the district engineer, and all of these permanent water connections that we've been able to get in the past, it was because of Tuolumne Utilities District taking the time at no reimbursement to their agency to do all of these project proposals. And so far we have 27 permanent connections that we've made. Does that sound right, guys? And we're working on another 40 plus. And then Christina Cunha. Christina, everyone who knows Christina, especially in our office, we could not operate without Christina. So this entire group is what makes this program work, and there are others who aren't here. We have some other state partners. We have Ernie Taylor, who's with Department of Water Resources, and then Cassie Chahan, who is with State Water Board. And they have been, again, advocates to help get the funding into our county so that we can get these connections and provide water to our residents locally. Anything I'm forgetting, anyone? Tom Trott, thank you. Tom Trott with Twain Harte Community Services District. He also was there with us in the very beginning. With anything, we are not water specialists, and so we had to reach out to those who are, and each of them provided assistance at every step of the way. So, thank you. Pete Campa, sorry. There's all kinds of people I'm forgetting here. Pete Campa is the interim General Manager for Lake Don Pedro Community Services District, and he has been a wealth of information as well for us. Shelley Hance is a director for ADCA, and we've worked very closely with her. As I did not mention, ADCA is our private nonprofit, and without their assistance, this program, it would have been much different. So they have stepped up to the plate and helped on many fronts as well. Okay, is that it, guys? Okay, thank you. I'm not sure.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is all come over here. Recess for a picture. That's what we're going to do. I just got the order. So we're going to recess for a couple minutes, take a picture, and then we'll get back, all right? But you can see this is not a team, it's an army, and they really do a great job, and I'm so proud of everybody. So. And if you would like to, before I recess, comment on this, please come forward and speak if you wish to.
My name's Eric Johnson. I'm with TUD. I just want to take a moment and say Tracy recognized everyone else, but Tracy is a masterful, and I'm sure you know this, administrator, facilitator, communicator. And in all honesty, TUD played a pretty small role in this whole thing, but when there was something that needed to be done, and I don't work directly for Tracy, but I felt accountable to Tracy. So she does a very good job. She's a great advocate for all the resources we bring into the county. So.
Dana Ellis with Cal OES. Not only did Tracy do a wonderful job in all of the community meetings and the outreach and bringing the community together and letting them know at the onset how serious this drought is, and not only putting together this group and doing the task force and all of the drought tank program, Tracy and this county had a lot of patience with us when Cal OES first started the program, and it was unprecedented, and we were kind of learning as we go. So I want to thank Tracy and Craig and legal department for helping us blaze the trail for many other counties that are using this today as a template for their own program. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have a short recess for a photo. So can we just walk over that way? We're going to stand back here. Reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. And the clerk, please read item number 11.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
Hello again, Ms. Riggs.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. And I'm standing here making sure I'm looking at the right proclamation before I start talking. So we are here again to ask you to consider renewing the local proclamation for state of emergency due to drought conditions. So far, as your board is aware, we have over 300 homes that have been affected by this drought, 4 related to dry wells. We have 228 dry wells, 11 dry springs, and we are providing water to 134 tanks, as I mentioned earlier. Some of those have been 116 that were installed by ADCA, and 18 that were already existing. This yesterday morning, I made a phone call to Dave Gillings, who is a public assistance officer, and the reason I did that was I had a few counties reaching out to me already saying, how are you, what is your plan to start phasing this program down? And my response was, we're not looking at phasing this program down right now. We're not seeing any relief in sight at this point. So that kind of prompted my phone call to Dave Gillings to find out at the state level and in his own department, was he hearing anything that would lead him to feel as if we needed to start taking this plan further and looking at closing it down? He said absolutely not. They are not only concerned with the types of wells we have up here being fractured rock and their recharge, but they are very concerned that even down in the valley that the recharge will occur much slower than what they had originally anticipated. And we do have Rob Koslevy, our environmental health director, is here, and I just want to have him give you an update because he's been out in the field. While we've seen a definite slowdown in the numbers we're receiving, he's actually out there talking to individuals. And before I do switch that, I do want to let you in the community know that we do have another large water main extension that we're working on with Tuolumne Utilities District. That would be in the Jamestown area. There is a community meeting this evening at 6 o'clock at Jamestown Elementary, and that will be a time in which the Tuolumne Utilities District will be able to provide to those homes and those residents where that water main extension would go. And are they interested? We need to gauge the public interest as we submit a proposal to the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources. They were here last week, and Robert Koslevy and Ethan Bligmeyer did take the team on a tour of that area, and he can kind of give you some highlights on that as well. And I'm going to go ahead and move to Rob, and then if you have any questions for me, I'll be right here.
Good morning. Rob Koslevy, Environmental Health. As Ms. Riggs has pointed out, we have over 344 homes that have been impacted by the drought in some way, shape, or form. We have seen a definite slowdown over the last 45 days. We were seeing and confirming several well outages a day. Now it's only a few a week. I personally do not think we're out of the clear yet. We have no idea what the weather's going to be like the remainder of this year and into the spring. Hopefully we do get some good rain to help the recharge. However, I believe Tuolumne County we are at a crossroads. To me, it's a professional and personal crossroad on what we know about fractured rock wells. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens when we do get water. As I've reported many times over the past 18 months, fractured rock wells typically take about 4 years to recharge. And lately I've been mentioning that we have seen a possible connection to old historic mines. And now we are at the point where we are actually testing these wells. We have the equipment to see if there's any noticeable drops in static water levels. So any rain that occurs, we can go out to a well and assess it again and see if there was an immediate impact or not. And if that's the case, that's scary. If it doesn't recharge and goes back to the 3 to 4 years that it takes to recharge, that's scary. Because even if we get a bountiful winter, we are going to be looking at drought situations in Tuolumne County for another 3 or 4 years. So please keep that in mind. As Ms. Riggs mentioned, we did take the U.S. Army out to some of these sites. We also took representatives from the Water Board out to the Jamestown area to show them the mainline extensions, what we're proposing. And I think it was a very eye-opening experience for them, because when they came out to the site, they had a bunch of Google Maps, and they thought these were large dollar homes or individuals that had lots of income or disposable income to connect to a utility district. Getting them out on site, it was a different story. It was a different story when they started looking at the topography, looking at little hills and asking questions, well, why is this hill in the middle of this area? It's green. It doesn't look right. Where's this pond coming from? So I took him out on actually that location, and it was a historic mine. Took him out to another location in that area where they had over 30 gallons per minute of water, but it was about 25 feet from a well or from a old historic mine that was full of water. And that homeowner provided us with some literature on the contents of that well and showing the historic nature of Tuolumne County, historic nature of mines in that general area. They started seeing the need to connect to a utility district because of the interconnections and the possible contaminations from our historic mines in the past. So the need is there, and I believe that our assistance with TUD that was out there with us, showing them the laterals that we're proposing, having Ethan Billingmeyer out there with us to assess and teach them what Tuolumne County, the history, the mines, the water situation, it really expanded their view, and they no longer are just going to look at it from a Google map perspective. They're looking at it from topography and from a human aspect.
All right, any questions? In other words, it's just not better.
Not yet.
All right, thank you. Ms. Riggs.
I had forgotten, and Rob just reminded me of that. And I know Mr. Pedro had shared with you that we had a civil affairs team that's from the Army that was here. This is the second time that Cal OES has asked us to facilitate such a visit. And the reason I wanted to bring that up again was not only did Ethan and Rob take this team around for an entire week, but we had I just want to recognize those individuals that partnered with us to bring them out. And what they were here for was to look at our response to the drought. This is the second time that Eric Lamoureux, who is our Inland Region Administrator for Cal OES, has asked us to facilitate such a meeting. This team was on their way to Kosovo in December, but they come out and they look at what type of systems do we put in place, how do we partner. So just very quickly, of course, Tuolumne Utilities District took them out and they toured the ditch. They also went out to Lake Don Pedro, and they looked at their well sites. They went to John Sterling, took them up to Groveland, and he also showed them their new filtration. And then the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, they hosted them for an entire day. and they took them out and talked to them. I'm sorry, it was half a day, and they spoke to them about our relationship with the tribe, how well we work together, and what their own response has been to the drought there on the tribal lands as well. So that Rob just had reminded me of that, and I want to make sure that I touched on that and said thank you to everyone for helping out with that.
All right, any questions from the board? Any public comment on the emergency drought resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move we approve the resolution to continue the local state of emergency due to drought conditions.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Do you need a drink of water or something?
I'm good so far. I
Okay.
just had one.
Okay. You want to read the next one? All right.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act 14, Section 8630C due to pervasive tree mortality.
Ms. Riggs.
All right, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, OES Coordinator. Again, asking your consideration to renew the proclamation for the local state of emergency for pervasive tree mortality. So the couple items I wanted to update your board on, and as you consider this item, is we talked about in the memo that we were going to have another tree mortality task force that was held on October 29th. CAL FIRE Unit Forester Adam Freese facilitated that meeting. It was well attended. We are looking at expanding it to get other stakeholders into that meeting. Everyone provided some updates where it is that Caltrans is focusing. They also are looking at some more funding that will be coming their way, so that will help. We have U.S. Forest Service is willing to do a lot in helping us get outreach and education going. We'll have another meeting. It's on November 13th, I believe, although we have talked about if we received a proclamation, we may get together sooner. So if that changes, I will let your board know. The other item in the board memo that we said we would touch on is on October 26th, Supervisor Hanvelt, Supervisor Brennan, Mike Albrecht, and myself went to the governor's office for a meeting to talk about tree mortality. And originally, many of you have already heard this, when we went in, we thought there would be a few board members, and we've been working with Debbie Franco with Office of Planning and Research, but it ended up being a much better attended meeting than what I had anticipated. And as a result, we did a presentation, and we provided some pictures. The Saturday before that, I went out and actually took some pictures, traveled up Highway 108, and we spoke to some homeowners. And there are places, and I know you guys know this, that look like a bomb has gone off up there. And so those pictures, we were able to tell a story when we went into that meeting. And so on Friday at 11:30, we received an email letting us know that at noon the governor would be issuing an executive order. And within that executive order, it contained the approval or authorization for CDAA. And that's exactly the same mechanism that we were given California Disaster Assistance Act. That's the same funding source that has allowed us to work with drought. And so we are working with Cal OES. We did submit an application for CDAA this morning because we already have a universal resolution on file. I checked with Public Assistance Officer Dave Gillings asking if there was anything we needed to do. He said, no, get it in. So we did. So from what I understand, Tuolumne County is the first one to submit an application for CDAA for tree mortality. Next, we'll be working with County Council, and Sarah and I have already talked about this. She'll be drafting an MOU to work with fire safe councils. We don't have a plan in place. We'll come before you, but we are working. We're setting some meetings up to sit down with fire safe councils and start putting something together. And then yesterday I spent some time on the phone with a few of the mills, again, just touching base. The last time that Mr. Pedro and I did that was August 27th, so it's been a few months. And they are excited and definitely willing to work with us. An example you've already heard from Ultra Power. We have now, it was American Wood Fibers. They have told me they could take 150 to 200 ton per week, and they have a place to store it. So we have a place to take the wood. We are so much more fortunate than some of our other counterparts who don't have biomass. They don't have mills. And so once we get this plan together, I do expect we can at least start getting the wood up off of the ground, and we will bring you updates as we work through this process. Sir. Yes.
I'd just like to add a comment. Not only did the governor issue a proclamation, he also sent a very strong letter to Secretary Vilsack, Department of Agriculture, to encourage an aggressive approach to the same issue that occurs on the federal land, specifically the National Forest, which is a big deal because the issue permeates the National Forest everywhere. We had a presentation, in fact, Alex McLean from the Union Democrat gave us some very good information about a man who has been looking at stressed trees, and in addition to the dead and dying the dead trees, I should say, there are more than 100 million stressed trees, overstressed trees in California. I think that estimate's probably on the low side. This problem isn't going to go away. It isn't just us. There's a lot of people in the game. And in the meeting in Sacramento, Tracy didn't quite give it as much billing as I think it deserves. The governor had an enormous amount of firepower in that room. Mark Gallarducci was there, Ken Pimlott was there, Carb was there, the finance people were there, the recycle people were there. I mean, the only agency who wasn't there that I thought should be there was Caltrans, because they've got the issue too. But they were all interested. They were paying a lot of attention, and some lights went on, which was a really good thing. Tracy did a great job in doing the presentation. Tuolumne County actually took the lead in that meeting, which I think is an important thing. We got it to happen.
Yeah, I would just like to add a couple comments. And the first is that this board has been very actively participating in meetings for a number of months about the importance of this. And I know this subject was front and center 2 weeks prior to that with the Governor's Office of Research when Debbie Franco facilitated those meetings in Tahoe. The conversations are paying off, and the efforts are paying off, our representation through RCRC and CSAC. And then lastly, I would just echo the comments about our team. Tracy took a template and said, this is what we're doing in Tuolumne County. We already have the declaration. We're bringing these individuals in. We're developing a strategy. And that had tremendous credibility with the people sitting in that room. And again, I am so proud to be a part of Tuolumne County and the leadership role that they play. And when you look at three small counties, basically it was Madera County, Mariposa County, and Tuolumne County that pulled this effort together and got the attention of the government. Good work, team.
Okay. Anyone else? Just a basic comment to let the public know that we are engaged and we have the right people working on it, and we'll find a solution. I'm confident of that. Supervisor, excuse me, Mr. Pedro. I keep elevating you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confusing you. I'm a different guy.
I know. I don't recognize you.
Yeah. No, I just want to assure the board, as we've mentioned before, the task force is going to be critical. The CAL FIRE task force will be critical to share information, to just do some coordination, and that will continue. But again, based on discussions with Chief White, myself, we are going operational, which is what your board wants us to do. It's very similar to what we've done with water. We're already moving on it, putting that plan together. Same type of approach as we've done with water, different application, but we will get an operational plan, up and running as soon as possible, and we will be bringing that for your board's review. I did want to pause. There's been a lot said, and it's a team to do these kinds of things, but I just got to say, I've got to thank Tracy again. I mean, to come right off of the rim fire, right into the drought, and then right into this pervasive tree mortality issue, and to do it as quickly and nimbly, using some words from the guy to my left. I want to be agile and all those kinds of things. Well, she is absolutely all those kinds of things. She's totally dedicated to this community. I want to just point it out because I see her husband and one of her daughters in the background. Thank them, too, because it comes at great cost. Anyone that's done this kind of work understands that.
And just want to acknowledge that. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for the impacts it causes you guys, but I just applaud Tracy and the whole team.
Okay. Before I bring it to the board for a motion, any public comment on this matter, please come forward.
My name is Mark Thornton. I was here 2 months ago about this issue, you might remember. I asked for consideration for financial relief for property owners that are affected with the mortality. Mr. Chairman, did you discuss my suggestion about waiving or reducing property taxes?
County Council, do you have, yeah, the answer is yes.
Yeah, we were able to look at this very, very briefly this morning, and Chris Schmidt is here to address that concern.
Has it been agendized for a public discussion?
No, not yet. But I think if we could at least hear Chris briefly,
Okay,
that would be helpful.
would you like to go on, Mark, or would you like to just step back a minute and let Chris talk, and then you can welcome to come back?
Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. I represent your tax-related departments, and this issue does raise county authority to legislate tax credits, and that's usually a creature of state legislation and also voter approval. We'd have to look at requirements for that. So our office would be open to board direction to further research those issues.
Okay. Comments from the board?
I'm okay with looking into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything we can do to help people. It's a similar situation where people's homes are burnt down. I have clients that have been calling me about butte fire projects, and I know that they go see the assessor and they have situations where their taxes are postponed and so forth. So it's worth looking into. I'd say do some research and put an item together.
There is a tax deferral program for disaster events, and if there's damage in excess of $10,000 to a property, taxes could be deferred, and the local assessor could speak more to that. But again, that's not a tax credit. It's simply a deferral, and that requires damage to the property. And whether or not this would apply to that situation, you have to look to the facts.
Well, I think we have consensus to do a little further research into it. Mr. Whitman, would you like to comment at all? And then Mr. Thornton, you can come forward.
There are two options available to a local assessor, and that would be a disaster relief, where we can go ahead and reduce property taxes by a minimum of, if there is at least $10,000 or more in damage as of the effective event date. And that one would benefit more homes that may have an older base year value back from like 1975 or older. The other tool we have are Prop 8s, which is a decline in value status, and that is effective as of each lien date. Whereas if the assessed value ever exceeds the market value, then we can go ahead and lower the property to the market value as of January 1st. So those are the two tools that the assessor's office has.
Great, thank you. Mr. Thornton?
I appreciate staff time on that, the board consideration on that. I'd point out, is this thing working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'd point out that tax deferral is okay, but when you're dealing with a house, you can basically rebuild it after a year. My forest structure is going to take decades to come back. I've got sugar pines on my property, old, mature sugar pines. I'm estimating right now probably 50% of them are dead or dying. One tree has probably got a valuation of $10,000. So I appreciate what you're looking at, but I want staff to keep in mind that the forest structure is going to have a long-term impact on my property. and I'll never live to see where I live return to the way it is now. It's just that ship sailed. I think Mr. Whitman wanted to interrupt on that point. So. No, that's okay.
Just one quick comment on that. We don't assess timber, we assess the land's ability to grow timber. And so there is value in timber, and I guess the value we would have to look at more is just the aesthetic value that the timber, that the trees have to the property, not the actual ability to grow and sell the timber.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to prolong the debate, but it's not just aesthetic. We are hearing statistics, I'm hearing statistics that are suggestive that from our location southward at 4,000 elevation and lower, the sugar pines are retreating to the point of virtual extinction. So that's a tree type that's probably not going to come back. It used to be one of the more attractive trees for lumbering. So we understand that. I think you all are well aware of the fact that to the south of us, towards the southern end of the Sierra, there are some regions that may be experiencing as much as 90% die-off at this time. That sounds extraordinary, but where I live in Second Grody area, I believe right now 40% of the timber stock is dead, which leads me to my concern about I need help. I need to start laying my trees down now. Once the trees are down, I'm not going to have, I have merchantable timber that will not be marketed. They can cherry pick the best, easiest trees to get to. My property is not easy to access. Some of those trees can't be gotten without extraordinary effort. The mills are shut down. The market is soft. You know that me taking my logs to market is really not going to be an option in all likelihood. That's not the only problem. Branches, twigs, all the litter that's associated with these dead trees, it stays on the ground in our climate for years. The logs stay there for decades. I need assistance in attenuating that problem. So, I appreciate you're looking at property taxes. I'd also ask you to formally address looking at vehicle license fees that this county is charging. You got $7 in charges. That does not seem like much. But $1 on there is for fingerprint machines. I want to know, Sheriff, how many more fingerprint machines you need after all these years. Now, I'm just telling you these things financially.
Understand.
There's another $4 in there going to the road department for retrofit. I don't know how long, but please consider that. Now, I want to get to more important points. The state of California has been levying a water rights fee for over 10 years. California Farm Bureau has sued that issue and won in court, but it takes forever to get anywhere on these issues. I believe there's $8 million accumulated by the Department of Water Resources on this illegal fee. As a participant in paying that fee, I'd like that money brought back to at least start taking the trees down that's on my property that's getting taxed, feed on this water rights fee. And have your local Farm Bureau come before you and discuss that lawsuit. The fire fee, it's being litigated. It'll take years to go through the process, but I think some would agree it's an illegal tax as well. I think the state has accumulated between $40 and $80 million in that account. I take exception to CAL FIRE having been given authorization to grant grants out of that fund. And I don't care how noble the cause is, that's bait and switch. Cal FIRE, pardon me. CAL FIRE said they needed that money for existing operational charges associated with prevention and suppression. Now they're using it through fire safe councils for grants for things like building buildings at fairgrounds for Smokey the Bear literature and paying for goats grazing in the Oakland foothills. I call foul on that. Please use CSAC. Please use RCRC to really put a halt to the redirection of those funds and say they should go back to property owners directly or dedicate them to addressing this. The last thing, I know you're busy and I want to get to this because this to me is the most important thing that I really ask all of you supervisors to use RCRC, the Regional Council of Rural Counties, I think that's what that means, and California State Association of Counties to press this point home. Cap and Trade Fund. Familiar with that? All right. That's the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. I believe there's approximately $1.2 billion sitting in that fund. Are you aware of that? Good. Are you aware that the governor is currently tapping that to use it to fund the high-speed rail project? All right, the nexus for that fund is the reduction of greenhouse gases. Unfortunately, my dead trees now are greenhouse emitters. They're no longer a sponge. They're no longer helping. I don't believe there's any greater nexus to that fund than assisting in the rapid removal of all this dead material out there in as efficient process as we can do. And I'd ask you to use I think you should activate the incident command system, since this is a declared emergency. Every county affected should have an incident command leader or team, and use the inmate crews, use the California Conservation Corps, use whatever else you can to assist property owners in the collection and disposal of all the woody material that's going to come off these trees when they're down on the ground. That would be something, if I knew I had a 20-person crew going to come and help me in 3 months, just remember, we're probably only 190 days from the next fire season. I need the trees down now. I need to start disposing of them as soon as the fire restrictions are lifted. I need your assistance. But I would ask you to really put the paradigm to the governor. High-speed rail, watershed health. High-speed rail, watershed health. Mr. Governor, spend the money on watershed health and restore these watersheds, and quit spending money on a dubious, controversial, growth-inducing high-speed rail system. $1.2 billion up there. That's my best understanding. Hopefully the press can verify how close to that figure is, or you folks may know. But I really want you guys to use your resources. I thank you for all the work you've done so far, but I need help in the next 30 days because I need to start disposing of my problem in the next 30 days. Unless you have questions, I'll get out of here, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt, I know that you've been front and center with RCRC on this. Which is
I just wanted to add that the comment about funding some of this came up at the meeting in Sacramento in the governor's office, and the AB 32 cap and trade money was included in that in terms of discussion. Where that's going, ultimately, I don't know, but I agree, we will push. We have been pushing for SRA fees, cap and trade, any kind of fees. The problem is immense. Now, one of the things I would like to comment about, when money does get here, whenever that is, we're going to have to prioritize how we do this. There's going to be limited physical resources to deal with the problem, and I fully appreciate your problem, Mr. Thornton, and you're one of many that has the problem, and I know you recognize that. But we're going to need to deal with things like infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about our roads and our ditches and our power and communications lines, and we're going to have to deal with imminent threats to buildings, and I think they're going to take priority over just dead trees. And we're trying to get everybody who has a stake in the game from a state agency point of view and locally to do things. One of the things that we're trying to do, because if you look around, you'll find there is a lack of physical resources just to drop trees, and we're trying to get them to waive the requirement that our tree fallers be registered with the DEIR to use them and use the money to do things. So we're working on a broad front, and we're moving as fast as we can. And I'm saying that not just for your benefit, but for everybody out there listening. This is not a trivial problem. It is a giant mess, if you will, in terms of the complications. And so we're working hard on it. Tracy's leading that and working very hard with the OES people, and I can't say enough about what OES has done in terms of helping us get through this stuff. So your points are well taken, and we're working it.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Just real quickly, my turn.
I'm sorry.
Your points are very well taken, virtually all of them. Funding is going to be an issue. Prioritization is going to be an issue. I would encourage you and every citizen in Tuolumne County that's concerned about this to write the governor's office with specific suggestions, many of which you've laid before this board. But the decision-making isn't in this room necessarily on some of the things that you were proposing. We'll push those. We've been pushing them. But more letters dropping on the governor's desk helps. And he's been very, very cooperative. But again, it's going to come down to prioritization, and he's going to make some of those decisions.
I would like to just point out that Senator Berryhill has been very proactive on the issue, and you know that, but I just want to acknowledge I've talked to his office as well as to Assemblyman Frank Bigelow's. They've been very supportive and receptive, and so I have availed myself to state offices as well. I would also like to put on the record that PG&E's people are trying as best they can to even look at trees that are potential threats to the right-of-way that are not on their right-of-way and drop those, because I've told them every tree that they now take down that's dead, that's one less cost potentially to me. I'd encourage the same policy to be pursued by the county as far as roadways. You have trees on the right-of-way that obviously you have to take down, but you have trees that are threatening the right-of-ways, and if the county can do that. I would also say, though, publicly that if you could push the idea of the incident command system being activated, there may be fire crews that they don't need to let go. Fire crews are often trained to do at least small tree abatement, and they could potentially be a labor force that could be used now for the rest of the winter instead of closing these fire stations. I think there's a long host of things. The only reason I'm availing myself to you folks, you've got organizations, you've got political horsepower, and you've got strength that one individual like me just can't do. But I thank you, and I promise I won't say any more. You know how bad this is. I've shown up twice this year. Think about that, So it is a bad situation.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, Mark, and I think you can see from the tenure of the board that we understand the problem, and we're going to try to do our best to make something happen. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the clerk to read our next item.
We need to move on this, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did
continue the state of emergency on tree mortality.
Second.
Okay, well, first and second. Shane is the second, and Randy is the first, and I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the clock, and I'm trying to figure out how we're going to get all this stuff done.
I just want to confirm that you want board consensus to direct staff to research the tax credit for tree mortality on private property. Is that?
That was correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And we would like a few-minute break before the 10:30 item because we need to set up our laptop.
Okay. Mr. Whitman, how long do you think that your items will take?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
How's your afternoon going? All right. Well, we'll do that. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break before our 10:30 appointment. The appointment.
Consideration of providing staff direction in response to the new medical marijuana laws.
Okay, who's going to be the one that gets this one started? Ms. Carrillo?
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board. I'm Sarah Carrillo, County Council. And as your board is aware, last month Governor Brown signed 3 bills of legislation related to medical marijuana. Today, Mr. Gall and I will present an overview of the new legislation, specifically related to areas where local jurisdictions can exercise some control. Department heads and other staff are available to answer questions or provide additional information to your board on this topic. Additionally, after the staff presentation, there will be an opportunity for the public to address your board. And at the end of this presentation, we're seeking direction from your board about what steps it would like to take in response to the new legislation. And we also ask that questions wait until the end of the presentation.
Thank you.
Today, we're going to discuss an overview of zoning law and how zoning law is used to regulate medical marijuana. We will highlight some important aspects of the new legislation related to areas that your board has the ability to affect control, and also give you a brief overview of other aspects of the legislation that your board may be interested in learning about. We will present options for your board to consider and address options that your board should consider when we are and address issues that your board should consider when providing direction to staff. And now Mr. Bell will continue the presentation.
How's this working? Is that better? I'd like to start off with a brief overview of what zoning is. Zoning is the division of the county into districts and the application of different regulations in each district. In general, there are two types of zoning regulations. Those that regulate the height and or bulk of physical structures, and those that prescribe the use to which property may be put. A zoning ordinance is a legislative act and is considered valid as long as it is reasonably related to the public welfare. Courts have consistently refused to impose their judicial judgment for the county's legislative decisions, as long as the zoning ordinance bears a reasonable relationship to the public welfare. With regard to medical marijuana, the courts have held that the local jurisdiction's police power is not. So, this one better? Okay. That local jurisdiction's police power is not preempted by the Compassionate Use Act or the Medical Marijuana Program Act, so they have the authority to regulate and even prohibit medical marijuana cultivation and distribution. In preparing for this presentation, our office surveyed the ordinances of 39 counties. And this is the results of our survey. On the left here, you have the jurisdictions that expressly ban medical marijuana dispensaries, including the city of Sonora. On the right, those that regulate dispensaries, including our neighbor, Calaveras County. With regard to cultivation, the spread is a little bit broader. On the left-hand column, those that ban all cultivation, even small grows, including Fresno County. In the center column, those that ban cultivation but have an exemption for grows done by qualified patients or personal caregivers. And then the third column are jurisdictions that regulate the commercial cultivation of medical marijuana. In adopting its complete ban of marijuana cultivation, Fresno County adopted findings that medical marijuana cultivation posed a threat to the public peace, health, and safety. Specifically, the Board of Supervisors in Fresno identified the attractiveness of the grows to criminal elements and the threats to the safety and property of nearby landowners and their families. One of the reasons Mariposa County adopted its ordinance was evidence that marijuana growers were going from county to county based on how vigorously each locale regulated grows, fostering large criminal enterprises that were prepared to accept low risk for large financial gain, all to the disadvantage of the health and welfare of the local population. With regard to Tuolumne County zoning ordinance and medical marijuana, as I explained earlier, each zoning district has a list of permitted and conditional uses. In interpreting the county's zoning ordinance, there are two rules to keep in mind. First, if the use isn't listed, it's not allowed. However, rule number 2 is that if the unlisted use is similar to a listed use, the unlisted use can be treated the same as the listed use. Marijuana cultivation and distribution are not specifically addressed in the county's zoning ordinance. Because of its status as illegal under federal law, medical marijuana cultivation and distribution cannot be considered similar to other agricultural uses or pharmacies. This is an analysis under the principles of permissive zoning. As a land use attorney, this makes perfect sense to me. However, it is difficult for staff to enforce and for the public to understand without contacting the county directly. As a way of further example, in our survey of county ordinances, there were 7 counties in which we could not find an express determination on marijuana. So I cannot tell you exactly how those counties are regulating marijuana without contacting them. Some recent cases that we have seen here locally, these are 2 separate grows in the Lake Don Pedro area. Investigation was contacted by a task force with law enforcement and code compliance. Both departments will be speaking later to provide their perspectives. With regard to indoor grows, our fire department has had some experience as well. These are pictures from a 2012 fire off of North Sunshine. The fire was caused by propane heaters that were being used to keep a grow room warm. There were approximately 200 plants and the building to the left of the burn structure was also being used as a grow room. County Fire will be speaking to the hazards posed to firefighters by indoor grows later.
As you know, Tuolumne County is a participant in Rural County Representatives of California and California State Association of Counties. And although counties have different perspectives on the topic of medical marijuana, as a whole they agreed upon these principles. The principles of preserving local control, explicit county taxing authority, ending the collective model, and addressing environmental impacts. So RCRC and CSAC worked and had an active role in the negotiation of this legislation to ensure that these principles were included in the legislation. I'm going to briefly explain what these three bills do that I believe your board would find interesting. However, included in your agenda packet is a document from the State Department of Public Health. It provides a really good summary of the law and also describes which agencies will be responsible for different pieces of the legislation. So these three bills create within the Department of Consumer Affairs the Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation. This is a licensing and enforcement entity. Other state agencies will be involved in that process as well. The regulations from these agencies are not expected to be completed until 2018. There will be criminal penalties associated with when one is operating without a license. These bills provide county taxing authority. That includes the ability to tax deliveries, cultivation, production, and dispensing of medical marijuana. They abolish the collective model. They allow employers to maintain a drug and alcohol-free workplace. They provide standards for transportation, license prohibitions, and address doctor-patient relationship issues. These bills also include requirements related to edibles, testing for concentration, pesticides, mold, purity, and contaminants, and they prohibit the packaging from being attractive to children. These bills also require cultivation and dispensary sites to be located more than 600 feet from a school. The legislation specifically allows local jurisdictions to continue to have control over whether or not cultivation and dispensaries are allowed. So regarding cultivation, the new legislation will not allow one to obtain a state license if cultivation is prohibited by that local jurisdiction. And as for dispensaries, one cannot obtain a state license without either a local license or documentation from the local jurisdiction that the business complies with all local ordinances. In terms of mobile deliveries, if the Board of Supervisors desires to take action to prohibit mobile deliveries, they must do so before January 1st of 2016. Otherwise, these automatically go into effect. Mobile deliveries are the commercial transfer of medical cannabis or medical cannabis products from a dispensary to a primary caregiver or a qualified patient. Deliveries can only be made by a dispensary and in a jurisdiction that does not explicitly prohibit deliveries. However, the local jurisdiction is not allowed to prevent the transportation of medical cannabis or medical cannabis products on public roads if the licensee is acting in compliance with the code. So, for instance, if a licensee is transporting from one jurisdiction that allows delivery to another jurisdiction that allows delivery, that's acceptable. If mobile deliveries are banned, then the licensed dispensaries cannot deliver to patients in the county where the ban is enacted, but they can travel the county roads to get from one jurisdiction that allows a dispensary to another that allows the delivery. The legislation also provides if the county has not banned cultivation by March 1st of 2016, the state's licensing program will be the sole licensing authority. We understand that there will be proposed legislation to remove that March deadline, but we don't know if and when that will come to fruition. Therefore, we must assume that this deadline stands, and it would be most prudent to take action well before the March deadline. It's also important to note that there are two exemptions in the law. One is for a personal grow, and one is for a patient caregiver. However, even given these exemptions, these individuals have to still comply with local requirements. Today we're going to present your board with three options, and at the end, again, we're requesting direction from your board about which steps you'd like to take in response to this legislation. So option 1 is going to be the status quo. Option 1.5 is status quo with a ban on mobile deliveries. Option 2 is an express ban on cultivation dispensaries and either allowing or disallowing mobile deliveries. And option 3 is consideration of a regulatory framework. So Mr. Avdal will explain each of these options in more detail. However, we want to impress upon your board that there are 2 deadlines in the bill, and if your board's interested in taking action, we need to start working on that immediately.
Okay, option 1, status quo. As I explained earlier, in Tuolumne County, cultivation and distribution of marijuana is banned under the principles of permissive zoning. So, should your board take no action, on January 1st, 2016, mobile deliveries will be allowed in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County. Marijuana complaints would be forwarded to Code Compliance for enforcement. Now, this is an administrative enforcement process. It's not as simple as finding the violation and pulling the plants. There are due process considerations. I'll do a brief overview of that process. First, there is an opportunity to correct. This time frame is set out not to exceed 90 days, although that time frame can be shortened in the discretion of the co-compliance officer. Violations impacting health and safety, however, would go straight to a notice and order. Once the time frame for opportunity to correct has passed, or if it's a violation involving health and safety, a notice and order can be issued. Usually that time frame is 30 days, but again, that's at the discretion of the co-compliance officer. A notice and order is appealable to your board, and your board's decision is then appealable to the Superior Court. Once these timeframes have passed, a final abatement order can be issued, and if the violation remains, the county can abate. There is the summary abatement process as well. These are for violations that are considered an imminent threat to public health and safety that would subject the public to a potential harm of a serious nature if not immediately abated. In cases of summary abatement, there is a post-abatement hearing in front of your board. These timeframes in abatement are contingent on staff time and resources. This can be frustrating for county staff, your board, and the public. If you're interested in option 1.5, adoption of an ordinance prohibiting mobile deliveries, such an ordinance could be brought to your board. This isn't a zoning issue, so it would come to your board with 2 readings. Option 2, an express ban. An express ban doesn't change the county's position, but makes that position clear to the public, county staff, and outside agencies. Recently, our office learned that the State Water Board was under the misimpression that the county allowed cultivation based on a review of our ordinance code. We were able to reach out to them and provide the Water Board with the county's position. Enacting an express ban would be a revision to the zoning ordinance and require public hearings in front of the Planning Commission and your board. As part of an express ban, we would also request that you determine whether or not you wish to ban mobile deliveries. Again, that ordinance could come straight to your board since it is not a zoning issue. Under an express ban, unless otherwise directed by your board, these complaints would be forwarded to co-compliance for enforcement. Option 3, considering a regulatory framework. If the board is interested in allowing medical marijuana cultivation or dispensaries in the unincorporated areas, we would request general guidance to allow staff to bring such a framework forward. By way of an example, your agenda packet also includes a handout outlining the regulatory framework adopted by Mariposa County. Should the board adopt a regulatory framework, the new legislation does impose additional responsibilities on the agricultural commissioner and his department related to weights and measures, pesticides, and organic standards. Starting January 1st, the various state agencies will begin the process of drafting regulations to implement the new legislation and the environmental review to accompany them, as those regulations will represent the minimum standards in the state for marijuana cultivation and distribution. If your board wishes to allow these uses in the county, it would be prudent to remain apprised of the proposed regulations and comment as appropriate. Unless your board requests an express ban, the status quo would be in place until such a framework was adopted.
I'm going to briefly discuss some other considerations that your board should review when providing direction to staff, and one is patient access. How can patients access medical marijuana in the county? Second is the drought. As your board is well aware, this county has been in a state of emergency related to the drought since February of 2014. In preparation for this presentation, I learned of concerns related to cannabis cultivation and the drought. According to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, related to outdoor illegal cultivation on public lands, marijuana plants can use 6 to 8 gallons of water per plant per day. Fish and Wildlife also states that these plants are a direct hazard to wildlife when they eat them because of the products, pesticides that are used on the marijuana plants. And there was a study by Fish and Wildlife published in March of this year about the negative impact on fish in 4 watersheds in Humboldt and Mendocino counties. During this drought, the water demand for the marijuana cultivation exceeded the stream flow, causing lethal and sublethal effects on state and federally listed salmon and steelhead trout. If your board is more interested in this topic, we can certainly reach out to Fish and Game and gather more information. In regards to environmental impacts, the legislation acknowledges that grows have significant environmental impacts, and they direct several state agencies to develop regulations to mitigate the impacts. Again, these regulations are not expected to be completed until 2018. However, the impacts include water and habitat deterioration, water diversion, insecticide, pesticide, and rodenticide use on the plants, and public safety and enforcement. Today we have District Attorney Laura Krieg and Sheriff Jim Mealy, and they will address your board regarding public safety. In terms of enforcement, it does raise safety concerns for both the county staff and the public. I will note, in speaking with Paul Smith from RCRC, the legislature made it clear that they want the local agencies to work together along with the state agencies related to enforcement and regulation. And we also have here other department heads who can speak to this issue, including Ms. Shane, our Ag Commissioner, and we also have our health officer here. So at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Krieg.
Good morning, Chairman Gray and board members. I'm Laura Krieg, District Attorney for Tuolumne County. And I want to first start off by thanking County Council for putting this presentation together. These 3 bills are certainly quite lengthy, and they did an excellent job condensing them into understandable material. But what I'm here to address today is the public safety aspect. And as the board's aware, some recent events in Calaveras County, our neighbor, have caused great concern. These aren't new concerns that the District Attorney's Office has regarding public safety and cultivation of marijuana, but it is something that is very real and can happen here in Tuolumne County at any time. And we've also had some events already in Tuolumne County that are of great concern. So in April of this year, the Calaveras County Board decided not to pass a zoning ordinance and instead wait to see what the voters did in 2016 in regards to legalizing marijuana. And then on October 20th, we had a triple homicide in Calaveras County where 3 individuals were shot who were suspected of stealing marijuana plants. 9 days later, we had a property owner who was growing marijuana in Calaveras County and who was shot in the torso on October 29th by 3 individuals wearing hoods and masks, and those individuals have not been located yet. Any event of this nature is a huge concern to public safety and causes a tremendous amount of resources for both the District Attorney's Office as well as the Sheriff's Department and law enforcement that must respond and investigate. And I can tell you that to prosecute a triple homicide in this county would cost a tremendous amount. And so we are concerned on all of those levels. More so, we're concerned by the fact that why are these things happening? It's clear that marijuana is an industry that involves a large amount of money. And what the average rate of marijuana is selling for outside of the state of California is $3,500 per pound. And so I want to speak about a few cases here in Tuolumne County that we've prosecuted. In 2011, the Sheriff's Department, actually Lieutenant Earhart and I, worked together in prosecuting a case where 3 individuals who actually resided in Oakland came to Groveland and decided to rent a house and a piece of property where they proceeded to plant 300 marijuana plants. These individuals admitted that they expected to yield at least 1 pound per plant. So when we're looking at that, we're at 300, at least at a minimum 300 pounds, although most people will tell you with the advancement in how these individuals are cultivating, you can get 5 pounds a plant, and in some cases 7 pounds, and we've even heard of 10 pounds a plant up in Mendocino County. So at 300 plants, expecting, and we'll go with a conservative average estimate of $3,000 per pound, if these plants were yielding 1 pound apiece, that's expected to yield $894,000, that one crop alone in Groveland. If we go with 3 pounds a plant, it's $2.6 million for that crop alone in Tuolumne County. That is why individuals are being shot and killed who are found in an area where cultivation is occurring. It's a huge public safety concern. We've also had multiple grows that were investigated. This same grow I'm speaking of in Groveland, where we prosecuted it in 2011, had 3 loaded firearms on scene. This is in an area that abutted federal land, where people may be hiking, may be horseback riding, and come upon a grow of this sort, and that's a public safety concern. So as the district attorney in Tuolumne County, I have huge concerns, and I do not think that everyone understands that under a zoning perspective that cultivation is not permitted in Tuolumne County. I think option 2, with an express ban of outdoor and indoor cultivation in Tuolumne County, is what we need for public safety, and that is what I'm asking the board to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff.
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting us come to you today and to talk about this very important topic. There we go. I just want to talk about some of the things that have actually happened. I think District Attorney Krieg has given a great outline on some of the safety issues, but I want to drill down to exactly what took place in some of these cases. She talked about in Groveland in 2005 we had a home invasion, and a home invasion is basically this: a person is at home. Intruders enter in with some type of firearm, either will tie up, injure, and then steal whatever items that it may be. And we see this in a lot in marijuana grows. Marijuana is a commodity that is strictly done by cash. Colorado has a huge problem right now with their laws that they have passed where marijuana is legal, because that is a cash-only industry. So it's very difficult to tax. It's very difficult to look at. And now Colorado is trying to do some things where they've tried to go to the federal government and open up their own bank and all these other issues. None of that has happened. So because this is a cash industry, this industry is a very dangerous industry. In 2009, we had another home invasion in Ponderosa Hills, and where 3 suspects entered the property to steal the marijuana from the resident. One of the victims was pistol whipped, tied, punched, knocked to the ground. 2009, we had another incident in East Sonora, where 3 suspects were armed with a rifle, shotguns, and entered into a residence. The victim was held at gunpoint inside the residence and again was asked or demanded to take the person to where the marijuana was, along with the safe where money and other product was. In 2010, there was LaGrange, another home invasion. Again, 3 suspects with guns, ski masks, entered into the residence. Just this last month or 2 months ago, we had another home invasion in Groveland, and this was, I believe, the same residence as in 2005. So the same residence which happened in 2005. So you see a pattern here of home invasions, home invasions, home invasions. Now, when you the beautiful thing about technology, my wife was just calling me, so I'm sorry. So we have some burglaries and other thefts. So with these burglaries, since 2009, we had 12 burglaries. And that may not seem a lot, but these are just the ones that are reported to us. Again, as I said, that this industry is not an industry that is an industry that's just cash. And so it is still viewed illegal. So a lot of people will not report these types of thefts. And so this only reflects those thefts that were reported to us. I think District Attorney Krieg outlined what took place over in Calaveras very well, with the triple homicide, and then again where in October 29th the suspects went into a residence and did a home invasion there. We haven't talked about some of the issues that I think that some of the public that are here today to talk about, and that is just the nuisance that is out there. The nuisance of the smell, the nuisance of the constant traffic, the nuisance of looking out your back door window and seeing marijuana plants, the nuisance of my children are going to walk by this, and what are they doing? Are they going to do hop over the fence and grab a little marijuana? So these are real issues, and the bottom line here is that the reason why District Attorney Krieg and myself are standing before you to say a complete ban is because these are true issues that we are having. We are not trying to stand in front of anybody who needs medical marijuana for a true purpose, that they may have true ailments. But what we are standing and telling you is that there is a huge problem, and that problem is going to get lots of people hurt, and we're going to see more county resources that are going to have to go out and investigate a lot of these crimes, which we don't have. If you go with option one as is, that really pushes the sheriff's office out of the limelight, because this is now a county code compliance issue. We need to work together as a team on this. I do not want to see county staff going to a marijuana garden where there may be guns, there may be people there that are going to injure our county staff. But if we don't stand and say firmly that we are not going to have a ban, that's what you're going to do. You're going to be putting your staff in danger, in my professional opinion, because they're going to be asked to go out and to look at these compliance checks and make sure that they are completely legitimate. So as we look at Stanislaus County, it's a complete ban. San Joaquin County, a complete ban. Mariposa, not a complete ban, but they have regulated it. But look at the problems that are happening in Calaveras County. I don't want to point the finger at Calaveras County, but however, this is what happens when you don't stand and you say no. So that is my recommendation to this board, is that we go with number 2 and that we ban that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As County Council has advised you, cultivation of medical marijuana and selling marijuana through dispensaries is already prohibited in Tuolumne County through our zoning ordinance. However, as was also explained, it's not expressly stated in the zoning ordinance. It is stated in a way that the public has difficulty understanding, and frankly, even staff members have had difficult understanding because if it's not allowed, if it doesn't say it's allowed, it's not allowed. Again, it's a negative type of language. Clearly prohibiting the growing of marijuana and the selling of marijuana in the county by modifying the zoning ordinance would be a great benefit. Even under our current enforcement program, it's very difficult to cite to people when they are in violation how they are, because it's not expressly stated. There is no specific section to cite to say this is not allowed. So option 2, as you've heard from the DA and the sheriff, is the preferred option from my perspective as well. I think it's very important that we take this opportunity to modify the ordinance to precisely state what's already in effect. It does not take away anyone's existing rights, because there is no current right to grow marijuana in our county. However, I, as the Community Resource Director, am responsible for enforcement of the zoning ordinance. This would be an express ban within the zoning ordinance, still under my authority, as currently provided in the county ordinance code. You've already heard from the sheriff about the danger that his deputies encounter out in the field. Enforcement of the zoning ordinance is currently handled by our code compliance officer, Doug Oliver, who is your chief building official. His staff are building inspectors. They are not carrying weapons. They are not trained in law enforcement. They're trained to look at construction. So when you look at directing staff, if you do, to draft an ordinance, please consider changes to how we enforce that particular section of the zoning ordinance, that it should not be done by the building inspectors. It should not be done by planners. It should be given to the jurisdiction of the sheriff, so that you have trained personnel who know how to deal with safety issues, potentially violent offenders out in the field, to handle these types of complaints and cases. We'll be happy to provide support to them. And the few cases we've handled so far, where Mr. Oliver did go out to the field, he doesn't go by himself. He has to have a deputy with him. So you're already having the sheriff involved in the process from a safety perspective. To streamline the process, if this could be not following an opportunity to correct and going through that cumbersome administrative process, that would be the direction that I would ask your board to look into, to be able to cite an offender out in the field and take it in that direction. That would be the preferred method from my perspective. Thank you.
I believe we have Steve Gregory from Fire that will also address your board.
Chairman Gray, members of the board, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. Ms. Drivdell asked me to come and just comment on what we're seeing for indoor grows. Indoor grows have heightened the risk for responding firefighters. Because the houses look like normal houses from the outside, fire personnel are expecting the risks that are associated with illegal wiring, bypassed electrical panels, poorly secured equipment, fortification of windows, doors, and even booby traps. These sites also contain chemicals, mold hazards, and other potential hazards that we can't see from the outside of the structure. At a recent training seminar that I attended down in San Luis Obispo, the investigator for Contra Costa County said the problem is becoming so prevalent down there that he said that they respond to house fires, they're not even going inside. Tuolumne County hasn't taken that stand yet, but that's what we're seeing out there. Just to sum it up, we're not seeing a ton of it up here on the indoor grows yet. As Mr. Mealy pointed out, this is the stuff that we're going to that's being reported. We have no idea what's not being reported or we're not getting called out to. So, any questions for fire?
We'll ask a bunch of questions at the end.
Very good.
You'll get one.
Unless any other staff members want to speak, that's the end of the presentation.
Okay, any other staff would like to? Before I ask for public comment, I want to bring it back to the board to see if they have any specific questions.
Yeah, I've got a couple. One of them I'd like to hear from our county health officer about how many people are legitimate and medical marijuana users.
Yeah, okay, and in that same line, I have a question also.
Good morning. Liza Ortiz, County Health Officer. Medical marijuana identification cards are optional. So there are people who have a recommendation from their physician, essentially a prescription for medical marijuana, who we don't know about. It's not as if we know about every physician record. We do know how many people have applied for and been issued medical marijuana ID cards. That does go through our office, and it does get reported to the state regularly. That information is publicly available on a website, which I pulled this morning. So our number since the beginning, since our first year was 2008, is 89. So 89 people have had cards issued. We know in our department that 3 times as many people show up and inquire about medical marijuana ID cards, but end up not getting it once they find out that it's optional. And then, of course, we have no idea, and there's no way to investigate every chart to find out how many people are actually getting recommendation.
Okay, what's that?
That's 89?
89.
89, since
89
2008.
that we know about.
Those are
and
our cards.
For identification cards, right.
Yeah.
That's all we
It's
can
way
track.
more than that.
And if we said conservatively 10 times that, it's 1,000, roughly 1,000 people, 890.
There's no
way of
basis
knowing.
to say we know that 10 times as many people. We know that about 3 times as many people ask us about ID cards.
Okay.
So.
All right, so it's a medical issue. Why isn't medical marijuana handled like other medication?
Because it's not federally legal.
Okay, and that's pretty much the only reason that we can put our finger on.
So at this point, it has not been studied and regulated. That is coming.
Okay, and that gets to my next question, that the possibility of a ballot measure to make marijuana legal, like in Colorado, looks like, I think as of this morning, there were about 11 different propositions that looked like they were going to be proposed for the 2016 ballot. How does that affect the medical aspect of it from the recreational side of it? I mean, are we going to is there a difference?
I mean, that's a hypothetical that hasn't even gone through the legislature, whether or not we would still maintain the medical marijuana separately.
Hypothetically, would we still maintain a medical marijuana system if it becomes a recreational system? I know that's a hard question.
I mean, I can't speak to the state legislature's decision.
Yeah,
that,
okay.
You know.
Any other questions right now?
I'll have some more later.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll open this up to public comment. Anybody from the public that wishes to speak on the subject, please come forward to the podium and tell us what you think. How many people expect to speak today? Oh, okay, so well, we're going to limit that to about 3 minutes per person.
If I go over a little bit, is that okay? I've worked hard.
It's never okay, but I'll tell you what. Yeah, and anything that you give us and show us, we're going to keep. Is that okay? Anything that you put up and show us, we're going to keep. Your photographs and everything.
Do you want to see those now?
No, but when you do show them, they become the clerk. The clerk's going to get them. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to do try it at 3 minutes. Maybe this will
Okay.
get it
I'll
moving.
hurry.
All right.
I promise.
All right. Thank you.
To the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, November 3rd, 2015. My name is Sally Miller, and I'm a 10-year resident of the Lake Don Pedro subdivision in Tuolumne County. What I'm going to talk about today is right down the hill from my home in a hilly ravine. I am here today to ask the board to draft a marijuana ordinance. I spoke with Merlin Jones, the Mariposa County Board of Supervisor for District 2, and he says his ordinance is working and helping. A homeowner can grow up to 24 plants, total for 2 people, which seems very fair. This is medical marijuana. All over California counties, they have been passing marijuana ordinances. Can we do the same? The 3 killings in Calaveras County last month could maybe have been prevented if they had had an ordinance. We are here as concerned citizens right in here, and our petition was signed by 80 people. These people could not attend this meeting, and I don't think you would have wanted 80 more people in here who signed it because they want to be counted. Now, 5 grows have happened in 2 years, 2014, 2015. Total 450 plants on 2 vacant lots. These growers rent the land, which is vacant, create a nuisance, trash the land, use vast amounts of water, some of it legally, but a lot of it illegally. And this is during a drought, a severe drought. They dump asbestos pipes and garbage onto bordering lots without permission. They remove the survey property stakes and throw them on the ground. They dump raw sewage and gray water and more. They fire high-caliber guns to intimidate us. This is on record with the Sheriff's Department, but they found nothing. How would you like to live like this? They have been able to harvest all their 5 grows to date. In an article in the Union Democrat, September 2015, Sheriff Mealy stated Tuolumne County does not have a marijuana ordinance, so there is nothing they can do. Sorry. They did leave on a health and safety issue, and that was from your help, Mr. Gray. But they did get to harvest their grow. Grow 1. This is a 12-acre vacant commercial lot, number 687, 100 plants. It is legal, I assume, to grow marijuana on a commercial lot. The owners live in Delhi, California. This grow can be seen from Highway 132. They lived in the
Let me give you 1 more minute. And
Oh, I'm not going to make it then. Okay, let me go fast.
try to summarize, because we're getting the point.
They lived in for 5 months there. They dumped raw sewage, no septic system. There are 9 lots that border this lot. The grow is close to our parks and Don Pedro High School. Something's wrong with this picture. They left on a health and safety issue, but they did not harvest. They did get to harvest their grow. Grow 2, pictures here. And I believe you've all seen these pictures. Okay. Sorry. And this lot, Grow 2, is across the street from Grow 1. This lot, but here they graded the lot and the lot next door without permission, cut trees, destroyed the culvert, no permits, stole vast amounts of water, and that is documented. Used chemicals that will drain into Jackson Creek when it rains and then into Lake Don Pedro. They left on a health issue, just like the grow from 1. And in this picture, I want you to know, there's an RV here, and there's no license plate on it. These people come in here, and they do what they want.
Okay, Ms. Brewer, I think we've got the point, and
Well, I need to show you. I need to show you this poster.
Okay, this
There's
is
so many things. This is of the garbage these people leave.
okay.
They leave the garbage and they go home. back next year.
A question for council. When those photographs came forward, did the other board members, were they able to see any of those photos?
Were they emailed to other board members?
I did not email them. I emailed them to council.
I believe, Ms. Miller, did you email some of those similar photos to all of the board members?
The two of the posters.
Okay.
I did not email these. These were just taken recently because they just left.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to have to wrap it up. I know this is frustrating, but if we don't do this,
it is, because there's an environmental issue here also. This ravine drains down into Jackson Creek and flows into Lake Don Pedro. These chemicals are flowing downward, and I don't think Fish and Wildlife will like that. Warden Moss is going to be inspecting that.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I'm not able to let you people know how terrible.
Well, I think we've got the point,
It is
and I think if you could.
Chairman Gray, one option, Ms. Miller, if you wanted to submit your written comments to the board, we can keep that as part of the record.
That would be fine.
All right.
And
that
do you
would
want
work.
the petitions that were signed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We want anything that you have.
You can have them all.
And I really thank you for taking the time to do this. It's very important.
There's one missing. There's one missing there. I had two sheets. There. You're welcome. I'm sorry I could not finish talking. There's so much more that you said about
You did a very good job, and I believe collectively the point got across to the board. So the next person please come forward. Yes. 4 minutes. We're 5, okay. We're going to have to kick it up to 5 minutes because that's what we gave the last person.
Good morning. I'm Ruth Smith, and I'm from Lake Don Pedro. And we have several families that are moving there with children. And these marijuana grows are on pedestrian and equestrian trails. It's not that far from the schools. And people from out of the area are buying the lots, and then they're renting the property to these people to grow their marijuana. The growers are coming in at all hours of the night, making noise, running across lots, shooting guns. They have, as far as I know, they haven't shot at anyone yet, but they're letting us know that they are armed. It's a very scary situation, and we've had 2 home invasions that I know of, and just about a month ago, we had some arrests in our area. The growers are stealing water. All of our plants are dying because we're trying to follow the rules that our water companies set down for us. But these people are getting water. I'm going to use one example. The El Prado Park water has been cut off by the association. This last month, I believe they used 200 units. Where did that water go? Did it go across the aisle to this large marijuana grow that we had? Their plants were all nice and green, and mine are dying, such as a lot of the trees and shrubbery and other areas. And I resent the marijuana growers being able to water these plants by stealing the water, and all of our plants are dying. People that had lawns had to let them die. And it's a health issue, it's a safety issue, and the people in Don Pedro are very concerned about our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Dr. Kenneth Renwick, retired family physician, and I have some comments that I wrote. I have extra copies, but basically I'm here to answer questions about cannabinoids. Here's an extra copy too. I think the history is that there's going to be increasing use of cannabinoids for treating all kinds of conditions, and so medical marijuana is here and it's going to expand. There'll be more, including pharmaceutical companies getting into use of cannabinoids, and they've certainly been beneficial in many of my patients who have chronic pain and diabetic neuropathy and other conditions. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, that there are patients here who have to go out of county to get access to this. And I appreciate a lot of the comments by law enforcement and by county council, but my suspicion is that a lot of these happen because it's an underground economy, and it's not, there's no authority supervising it. It would be sort of like saying, well, we don't want to have any banks here because they've got money, and people steal money from the banks, and so we can't have banks. No, what we say is we'll regulate them, offer protections, we'll have law enforcement work to make sure there's security, that they'll be done in a way that will keep people safe, and yet people who need this medical marijuana will have it available to them. I think that's the logical thing. And as for cannabinoids, my comments speak to that. There's plenty of research that's going on that shows that cannabinoids are helpful in a host of conditions. In Canada, they're studying it a lot. In Southern California, UC San Diego now has a special department devoted just to the study of cannabinoids in medical practice. And so this is something that's coming on. And also, to put it in perspective, cannabinoids were legal prior to the 30s, and they were part of the normal pharmacopoeia of physicians back in the old days. And it wasn't until they were banned that they became unavailable. And there were lots of books written about their beneficial use even then. So I just want, and I'm willing to take questions, but I just wanted to put that perspective out there, that there are plenty of people in the medical community that find them helpful, and that I would hope that these other things could be addressed in an appropriate way so that these beneficial medications can be made available in a safer way. So that's the end of my comments.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Sure.
It's from the question I asked earlier about why it's not handled as other medication. Do you see a possibility of this happening to where you could actually get a prescription from a doctor to go to a drugstore and buy the drug that you need? Is there any possibility of something like that happening?
I think that's what's happening in places like Canada. Not quite in that formal way. I mean, it would make sense to do it in that fashion. One of the differences is that marijuana you can grow in your backyard. I mean, most pharmaceuticals you can't. You can't grow penicillin very easily, and you can't grow OxyContin. That's a whole other issue. We worry about opioid overdoses. Marijuana is much safer, and for many of these conditions, it would be a safer approach. But I would put it in the context of cannabinoids. There are a lot of pharmaceutical companies that are now looking at cannabinoids, all the breakdown, all the various aspects. There are like 50 or 100 different cannabinoids that can be used for different medical conditions. We have cannabinoid receptors in our bodies that help us with rest and relaxation, and those things can be beneficial. But I think your point is well stated. I think in the future, at some point, it'll be more like that. But it'll be probably more like alcohol in that we have medicinal alcohol, but people still will have the option of growing their own, and so it's a little bit different than typical pharmaceuticals. But pharmacies have tremendous security and are alarms, and if someone breaks into a pharmacy, we don't have guns. I don't think any pharmacist carries a weapon. Maybe they do, but our pharmacists don't. And they don't have to defend their pharmacy from people that are breaking and entering. They have alarms, and security comes, and there are other options for providing this in an effective, safe way.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Tom Johnson. I want to thank the board for having an open ear from the public on this. This is the large marijuana growers in Tuolumne County, causing problems and fear to nearby residents. I'm not going to cover some of this because it's already been covered. about the dumping on other properties and the survey stakes. Forget all that. I no longer use the equestrian trail as it borders boundary of plants by 10 feet. I have rerouted my morning exercise route due to shots fired and reported. Grow is guarded 24/7 from planting to the harvest in an open grow, not fenced, out of sight. It's not out of sight. You can see it from Zarzamora. You can see it from 132. The high school kids at Don Pedro High pointed that out to me. I would recommend Tuolumne County would adopt the Mariposa Cultivation Regulations 1104 as a second choice. My first choice would be the Fresno County, none. That would be my recommendation. So we could live without fear of killings, like in Calaveras County, and shooting of innocent men walking upon an illegal grow at Greedy Hill. Don't come to us at the Don Pedro area. I would hope the curiosity of high school students do not approach or attempt to harvest the large grow, and something happens to them. Students all know of the location. I have talked to them. They have talked to me about it. Are you aware from this supervisor? You are now aware from this supervisor meeting of most of the problems. You can act appropriately so we can live without fear of retaliation and all problems that come from the large grows in rural areas. I feel the large pot grow here with no apparent restrictions and allowed to flourish is much more of a danger than a cave marked on Greeley Hill Road that says stay out, $500 fine, danger, and it's fenced over. That is a warning there. We have no warning on these pot grows, these large marijuana grows. I feel you draw up the right ordinance will prevent crimes in rural areas of the county. The buck stops with you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Pat George. I live in the Lake Don Pedro subdivision, but in Mariposa County. I look across the road at Tuolumne County. The LDP subdivision consists of about 3,300 lots, mostly 1 to 3 acres. About half of the lots are developed. The subdivision spans 2 counties, Mariposa and Tuolumne. There is a limited law enforcement presence there because of our remote location. That's partly what makes this more dangerous where we live than, say, in Sonora. We have an owners association which has CC&Rs. Up until this year, I served on the ACC and Violations Committee. Until 2 years ago, our complaints were mostly barking dogs, junk in the yard, weeds up to the house, and that sort of thing. About then, we started getting complaints about illegal fences, the kind typical of marijuana grows. People camping on unimproved lots with no sanitary facilities. They just dug a hole in the ground and used that for a toilet. What we found when we investigated was marijuana growing, some with 100 plants or more, and caretakers tending the plants and living in tents or trailers. The property owners called them renters. I'm not so sure they really were renters. In at least one case, the neighbors reported that they had fired guns in their direction. Perhaps they got too close to the crop. Most of the grows were in Tuolumne County at that time. When we called for help, the sheriff's department told us that there wasn't anything they could do. So I started trying to find out what was happening elsewhere. I found that Merced County had just adopted an ordinance limiting the number of plants that can be grown per parcel. When I contacted my supervisor, Merlin Jones, and Sheriff Benuis, I learned that a similar ordinance was in the works in Mariposa County, which I believe is helping us keep our community safe to live in. Now that Mariposa and Merced counties have adopted ordinances limiting the amount of marijuana that can be grown on a parcel, I urge Tuolumne County to do the same. That is why I'm here today, to support that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I just wanted to offer clarification about medical marijuana being distributed as a drug would be in a pharmacy. To be clear, drugs are under the purview of the Federal Drug Administration. So if it's federally illegal, it would not be regulated in the same way as drugs that are distributed in regulated pharmacies.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody's concerns seem to be legitimate. Homeowners, law enforcement, fire. The original intent and wish of the California voter was to pass the Compassionate Use Act. And it seems to me that the governor's intention of passing off power to counties and localities is to further that rather than thwart. My interest is in growing my own medicine, not paying into whatever, the state or I think what's needed is some way where homeowners can safely, because it goes both ways. I mean, growers are sitting ducks, you know, and there needs to be, we need to reach some consensus, some compromise. I mean, we can always, as far as seeing or smelling, you know, there's always going to be objections, and law enforcement's job is just gets tougher and tougher, as does fire, as does everything else. Everyone's job gets tougher. County supervisors' jobs get tougher. So, I don't know. What I'd like to see is a property owner having the ability, the right, and the protection, and the certainty of being in the right to go ahead and have that freedom to produce our own medicine. I mean, the efficacy of cannabis is not. I mean, it is disputed, but it, you know, it's been around for thousands of years. Used in Chinese medicine. Question, Evan?
No, I'm fine. Just waiting to talk.
Okay. I don't know. It seems to me, you know, there's so much bad press, and there is. I mean, and there's a lot of crap that goes on. You know, I mean, you know, I don't know. I feel good when I'm legal, when I'm within the law, and that keeps me in line. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work with everybody. I don't know what the answer to that is. But I think everybody's concerns, I mean, environmental concerns and you know, land use, and, county health, and I mean, all that. It's important, as well as children. And parents have the right to protect and guard their children from what they perceive to be danger. So, I don't know. It's a big, I don't know what the answer is, but it's a big problem.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Dan Hankmeyer, and I'm a resident of Mariposa County, next door to Tuolumne County, in the Lake Don Pedro community, which is an unincorporated area. When I heard unincorporated, meaning that those areas can grow marijuana, which is uninterrupted by law enforcement. And I sympathize with the sheriff here and the district attorney. I mean, there's no law out there that they can enforce, so they're limited to what they can do. This whole idea induces people to come in from out of state, Mexican cartels and growers to move in and grow this stuff. And I'm sure the county and the state and the federal government do not get tax money, and that's already been discussed. Everything is done in cash. If there was some kind of control as to how the money was handed over, the tax money was handed over to the state, to the county, that would be helpful, but we all know it's done in cash. Mariposa County has adopted an innovative ruling stating 12 plants can be grown per person or 12 within a household. And I think in some ways this is a great idea because it reduces the demand for it and then also reduces the need for drug dealers. So it also allows the sheriff and the district attorney to enforce the laws as well. It might even be an idea for the state to adopt some kind of a law similar to this. Whatever the case is, we do have guns in the area. We do have, and we hear them going off, and they go off because they want to make sure that they know that we're there, that they're there, so that they're not interrupted by growing marijuana. So I just want to. You need to create an initiative that can be enforced, and any of these that have been suggested can be enforced. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Steve Pereira from Groveland. I just need a clarification, if I could, first here. Is what's allowed right now in Lake Don Pedro? Is it the 99 plants, or is it the nothing? Or can you please?
In Tuolumne County, it's nothing.
Nothing. Okay. And what's being proposed here? I'm sorry, I came in late. I meant to get here earlier. I had a little problem. Is it an unlimited grows?
We have options, and I think they're right behind.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. What I want to say about whatever the options are, don't let people grow too much in residential areas because it brings in these really bad characters. I'm for legalization of marijuana, but I'm not for letting people grow it just about anywhere because of the crime aspect of it. I have no use for marijuana myself. I'm appalled at the condition of people that use this drug recreationally. There's a reason why they're called stoners and dopes, and it's I know it sounds kind of funny, but hang around a couple of these people. Once in a while, you'll find out. Just listen to them. You've heard the testimony here. You can go through and hear people repeating things over and over again. It has a severe effect on memory. But getting back to the issue here, we have a real danger in our community. I'm a really avid trout fisherman. I go on small streams. I don't think there's a stream I've come across in the past 5 years that hasn't had a marijuana grow on it at one time. I found the evidence. It's very dangerous out there. So I support allowing people to grow some marijuana and to get the Mexican cartels out of our public land. But I don't support these large grows where these people are going to be militant, protecting their grows from thievery. It's a real problem, and we all know about the recent news of the killings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Well, my name is Phyllis Cotta, and I'm a resident of Mariposa County. I live at Lake Don Pedro, and I'm also here to support my neighbors. I'm actually on both sides of the fence. I have a nephew that was killed, shot or stabbed actually, and allowed to bleed out in a marijuana battle. I also had a father who the only way he could eat and keep his food down during chemotherapy was by taking marijuana. I think it has its place, but I think it belongs in the hands of the medical field. For the good of the order, for the good of the whole, We cannot fight that battle at Lake Don Pedro. We need help. And I think the board here, unfortunately, has the unfortunate duty of trying to impose what's good for the order of the general public. Maybe if action is taken on your level, the Medical Association would come up with a plan for properly distributing marijuana.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak from the public? All right, I see no one wishing to speak. I'm going to bring back to the board, and Supervisor Royce has some comments or questions.
Sure. Comments? And first of all, I would just like to say that I appreciate. Sorry, hear me now. First thing I want to do is just commend our staff on taking this issue up. It is a problem that needs to be addressed. It's a very serious problem, and as you can see, there's a lot of aspects of it that are affecting people's lives in our community. And I think that so far we've had a pretty mature conversation about it. I think everybody's testimony has been valuable. I do want to say I'm a huge supporter of our law enforcement in this community, but I think that a lot of times you guys get to deal with the boneheads that make this a problem for people. I've seen situations where it's not a problem. I went to an old lady's house a couple months ago to look at a kitchen remodel, and in the backyard she had 2 little marijuana plants in her garden. I noticed them when I was looking there, and completely harmless person minding their own business. It's 2 little plants, not hurting anybody. I think situations like that are not a big deal at all. I think an express ban is the wrong way to handle this, because I think it is reactionary and draconian, trying to address the problems which need to be addressed, but I think they need to be addressed in a more rational way by regulating it. I think that right now a lot of the problems are resulting from having a quasi-black market still. I think that the theft, the public safety risks that you hear about are a result of the lack of regulation. If we don't regulate it, if we just ban it, you're still going to have those situations because people are going to be conducting themselves illegally. People are still going to grow it. It's not going to go anywhere. Right now, people get shot every once in a while from issues to do with a meth lab or something like that. So you're going to push it in that way if you don't regulate it. I think the premise of our county council's assertion that it's completely disallowed right now is wrong. I think that's something that our board has to decide, and I think that it is not a permitted use, but there are a lot of things that are not expressly identified as permitted uses that can be applied for through permitting process, conditional use processes to be allowed. And I think that I would say it's not permitted as a permitted use, but it could be allowed as a conditional use, just like anything that's not expressly identified. And that's a subjective thing that is left for this board to decide. So as we move forward, creating a regulatory framework, I think, is a solution that can work. I think it will take a great deal of consideration, and a lot of that work needs to be done on the side through a committee structure. I would like to volunteer myself for that. This is something that I actually am enthusiastic about being a part of solving as a problem. I see this as an opportunity to create revenues for code compliance and abatement issues that we have, not just for marijuana, but all code compliance. Right now, we don't have the money to send Doug out to deal with issues where there's problems. I think that by pushing this away, you're going to have that same problem. There's no money and there's no specific revenue stream to deal with code compliance cases. And right now, doing this is also
not much different. If we were to do an express ban, it's not much different than the status quo based on your statement that it is prohibited. You still have these problems. So what I think needs to happen is you need to make anybody that's going to, I think allowing a very, very small amount of plants on any parcel, okay, like maybe 2 maximum probably, for someone's personal consumption. They can stick them in their garden or whatever, and it's something that people won't even hardly notice, and there's not a $800,000 value that's going to create problems. Where you have commercial type ventures, I think it needs to be regulated like any type of land use. They need to go to the CRA. They need to apply for a conditional use permit. I think we need to have a fee which creates a revenue stream to deal with our staff time. I think that they need to be signed over to where they can be inspected randomly. I think they pay an amount of money per plant, and I think you can come up with a reasonable amount. I don't think I've ever seen any marijuana plants growing 10 pounds, but if you come up with a reasonable amount and you come up with a market value to that, and then you add a 10% or 15% value, that's your way of taxing it right on the front end. They have the accountability through spot inspections, and you have law enforcement do that. Through the conditional use process, they go through our planning commissions. Those commissions make sure that they're not next to schools, they're not next to neighborhoods in Don Pedro, they're done in appropriate locations with appropriate measures to prevent all of these other problems we're hearing about. Just like a pharmacy or anything. They need fences, they need signs, they need security systems, they need environmental considerations, making sure they're not next to rivers and anything like that. As far as the drought goes, I can see having bans on it in certain conditions, just like anything, and that's a temporary situation, but this is a permanent problem. So if you were able to create that revenue stream, that would give our law enforcement, our code compliance, and our district attorney a tool to deal with the offenders. The people that don't apply for a permit, that aren't in our system, would be easily identified when you get a complaint basis, and we need to enable them to have a dramatic enough of a penalty to make this work. So I think that having an additional ordinance which addresses code compliance for marijuana specifically is something that we should look into, and segregating that out. I don't want to have the same type of hammer applied to somebody that built a deck without a permit, because if you look at this, we're still dealing with just zoning. It's not a criminal code or anything like that that we're looking at. So this will take some time. In the interim, we don't have this in place, and I want to protect the people in Don Pedro that are hearing gunshots in their backyard, and I think I think directing our staff to put a stop to that immediately is something that we should do. And then before March of 2016, come back with a recommendation to the board on ordinance that actually enables our staff and our law enforcement to be able to deal with this and create a framework to not impact the law-abiding, productive people that are partaking in this.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. A lot of us here in the room raised our hand and took an oath to uphold both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. And while our DA and our sheriff are restricted in their authority to dealing with those violations that are of state law in nature and can only refer federal cases to the feds, those of us that make laws, I believe, are restricted to making laws that are in compliance with both the state constitution and the federal constitution, which includes all the laws that devolve from that. Currently, under federal law, it is a Schedule I controlled substance. And that precludes any prescribed medical use of the drug. It can't be prescribed by a doctor. Since 1992, there have been 3 separate, very lengthy administrative procedures and several attempts in Congress to change the listing of marijuana. All have failed, and it includes a Supreme Court decision that says that, in essence, states can't circumvent federal law. They supported the primacy of the federal law on that. So I have no idea how I, as a legislator, which is basically what we're doing when we pass ordinances, how I can vote for anything that violates federal law or would allow people to violate federal law. So I got a problem with that. I don't know how we direct staff to stop the activity in Don Pedro. Are we going to permanently station deputies out there so that when shots are fired, they can immediately respond? It's not practical. All the safety aspects, concerns are there. In addition, finally, the state has tried to put a framework around what is, in essence, a violation of federal law, but we also have a 2016 election that is likely going to have a ballot initiative or more to legalize recreational use, also in violation of federal law, with a likely 2017 implementation. We heard earlier from staff that the state is not going to be able to put into place any kind of serious regulatory framework until 2018 at the earliest in terms of dealing with the medical aspects of marijuana. We are considering trying to put into place a county framework that would allow for these activities to go on, absent that state framework until 2018. I don't think we can do that. I honestly don't. I don't see any way that we can legalize any of the activity that we have the leniency from the state to do. I am in favor of an ordinance, and the reason I'm in favor of an ordinance is because I think we need to give clear and unambiguous guidance, if you will, on what, for both sides, for the public and for our law enforcement and our justice personnel, on what is right and what is wrong, what is legal and what is illegal. So I believe the status quo is not an option. You can crawl through there that Carl Rodefer believes option 1 is not an option, okay? We need an ordinance that's clear and unambiguous. We also need, in that ordinance, we need it to be enforceable with timely and meaningful consequences. Going in there and going through a 120 to 180-day process and just having them harvest the crop, and that's the mitigation to the violation, doesn't work, because they'll be back in the next growing season and they'll go through the same process again. So whatever ordinance we develop, I would ask that staff come back with language that is enforceable with timely and meaningful consequences. And I believe the best way to do that is specify in the ordinance, to the extent that we're able, within the law, that it is a immediate health and safety violation. I also believe that the staff really needs to look at how we're going to enforce this. I agree with Ms. Shane. Okay, we don't need county planners going out there into a potentially hostile environment. I don't agree with her completely. I think it does need to be a team process, but I do think that law enforcement needs to take the lead on it. I'm open to that. I'll let the sheriff come back and beat me up on that one if he wants to, but it just makes sense to me that whatever effort we would have in a potentially lethal situation, that the sheriff ought to lead that. You got a new car that you can drive around in, Sheriff. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Again, I took an oath of office, and I've taken that oath of office at least 32 times in my life, and I take it very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I agree with everything Supervisor Rutherford said, but I'd like to add a few comments. First of all, we haven't been dealing with legal grows in Tuolumne County because there is no such thing as a legal grow. But the people involved in growing marijuana in our county heretofore have not been good citizens. The neighbors clearly feel threatened. We've heard that in testimony today from some of the public, but I've heard it directly from others, and we've seen clear evidence of that. I'm not interested in creating additional work for the sheriff, or the DA, or any of our law enforcement people. I'm not interested in putting them at risk any more than they would normally do. So I favor an ordinance, a clear ordinance. But water is another issue involved here. You heard testimony that it takes 6 to 8 gallons of water a day to grow one of these plants. I don't believe that is in fact, I believe it's a wasteful use, but it certainly isn't a beneficial use. And so I have a problem there. The environmental impacts of these grows are awful. I've sat through many presentations with RCRC and other places where they use fertilizers and they just leach into the environment. And more important are the pesticides and rodenticides they use. And there's secondary and tertiary kills. Many of those things aren't even available and are in fact illegal in the U.S. market. But there's one thing that no one's mentioned here that is of grave concern to me and overrides virtually everything else for me. You know, if you're a grown adult and you use this stuff, I guess you're a grown adult, use this stuff. If you fry your brain with drugs, I don't think we should pay for your medical care. That's a big issue for me. I don't want the state or the end result, the county become, these people becoming wards of the county. We have to take care of them. We have enough problems with real legitimate health issues that we need to work with. And the biggest issue is access by children. It is known fact the use of marijuana in particular in the brain development years, which can run to like age 25, I can ask the physician to give me the real numbers, but causes irreversible damage. And that's another situation that we need to be aware of, we need to be conscious of, and legitimately take care of our kids. They are our future, our only future, and we allow them to get involved with these things because we've increased access. Shame on us. That is ridiculous. So I favor an ordinance. We can always go back on that if it really became legitimate and all those things. But right now, I took that same oath of office, and I do take it serious. As far as delivery, we need to deal with that issue because unless we ban it or choose to regulate it, it's just going to happen unregulated. And I'm not sure, I do have some compassion for people that really need it and think it's the only way, but I still am having trouble with the federal law. And one lady came up to me in an earlier meeting we had on marijuana and talked to me about it, and she didn't smoke the thing. She had an ointment, a topical ointment that she used to relieve pain that was made from marijuana. Well, maybe that's okay. I don't know. But she said it's only give her some things. But if we're going to allow delivery, and I can be talking to that maybe, I think that it needs to be highly regulated. I believe that it should only be delivered to those people who have legitimate medical marijuana cards issued by our medical officer, and I think they need to be pre-noticed, if you will. I'm just proposing something off the top of my head to the sheriff, and I think they ought to be licensed by the sheriff to deliver so he knows when it's happening and where it's going so he can be prepared to deal with the issues. But you got to overcome the kid issue with me. Our kids are the most important asset we have, and I'm not willing to put them at any further risk than they already are. We've seen it show up as low as third grade at Sonora L in our county, and that is alarming to me. It ought to be a fire alarm for everybody else, and you ought to be concerned about it. So I favor option 2, an express ban, and I would like to be convinced that that delivery could work if there were legitimate people to do it. Other than that, cut it out.
Supervisor Burden.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Hanfeld and Supervisor Rodefer fundamentally. I would just add, we've talked an awful lot about law enforcement's ability to enforce what we do. I also see the need for the state agencies to be able to enforce the pieces that they deal with. I've talked to a number of individuals from what is referred to as the Emerald Triangle up in Mendocino County and Trinity County, and they have huge issues on private property with water quality. Some of those have been hit on with the chemicals that are used, and the ability for state agencies to come in and regulate that. Again, they simply have not dedicated the resources to getting that job done. They're in the process of trying to work that out. But as has already been mentioned, we don't know what the regulatory framework from the state will look like until sometime in 2018. So until we are at that point, I am in favor of an express ban so that we have very clear, concise guidelines for our local agencies to go by. I also agree this should not be a code compliance response. They're not trained for it. This needs to be in the arena of our law enforcement. The last piece is the mobile delivery. I know individuals that utilize this, cancer patients, and they find benefit in it. And I think that we need to have some mechanism, again, very regulated, so that there is the opportunity for those individuals that are using it for truly medicinal purposes to have access. And so I would be in favor of coming up with some type of regulatory process that allows for the mobile deliveries expressly for medical prescription. I guess it's not a card, but thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Royce, before
Sure.
I have the
appreciate-
final and last word.
You get the last word, okay. I want to attempt to address some of the concerns of my colleagues here. The first one, Mr. Rodefer, and I think the other board members concurred, is with the constitutional issue and the federal issue. I think my perspective on it is, well, first of all, I'm a strong believer in the Constitution. I take my oath to defend the Constitution very seriously. And I think that my perspective on this is that the federal statutes are unconstitutional. I believe in states' rights, strongly believe in states' rights, and local control. And I think that this is something that the state has taken a stance on. I think a lot of states have, and I think that it's something that's unresolved. But that's not our fight, I think, at this level. That's my interpretation of it, and I could spend a lot of time trying to express why and how to deal with that. But
The Supreme Court has specifically ruled.
I'll let you go. Okay. The other issue with the federal thing is local control. The state's giving us the ability to regulate not whether it's illegal or not illegal. It's just the what's the legal phrase? Manner and how do you say that? The manner and
You're talking about time, place, and manner?
yeah. That's basically what we're dealing with. We're not determining whether it is or isn't. If I would say, I still propose we move forward with a regulatory framework, and in the case that the U.S. Attorney issues Tuolumne County a letter to cease and desist, then we go backtrack and expressly ban it. But I think we have the legal authority to do what I'm proposing. So that's the federal issue. That's my perspective on it. As far as kids go, I want to address that because I think this is something that is easily misconstrued. My memory from not that long ago in high school was that it's a lot easier as a kid to get a hold of marijuana than it was alcohol. And that's what kids did. And that's what I did. That was a lot easier. Any day you'd have kids call a friend with a cell phone, and some person is going to give kids marijuana. Alcohol is regulated. Alcohol is something that is controlled, and the people that sell it and make a profit from it have an incentive not to violate those laws, because then they lose their license, and there's a hammer for that. I think that the same kind of rules should be applied, and I think that you would see that the outcomes would be more structured in that way. So once again, I strongly just want to just make the board consider the difference between the black market and a regulatory framework. And that's the difference we're looking at.
Okay, Supervisor Rotifer.
Just real quick. First of all, I have nothing against using marijuana other than the fact that it's illegal. I don't think it's any, personally, I don't think it's any worse than alcohol, and I drink alcohol. Okay, so don't get me wrong, but the Supreme Court has ruled that the 14th Amendment does not apply to the scheduling of drugs. The states do not have, whether you believe in states' rights or not, the Supreme Court's ruled that the states cannot overrule that. So I just want to be clear on that. Legally, we don't have that authority, I don't believe.
Everybody else done? My turn. Okay. We're sitting here, we're trying to look, how do we balance a medical need with the illegal aspect of it? And I'm not going to come up with an answer, but I'm going to, just try to paint a little picture. I know this particular lady, she's 82 years old. Here about a year and a half ago, she was probably, I'm guessing, maybe weighed 80 pounds. And she could not, she did not have an appetite. Her doctor suggested that she get medical marijuana. And so she went out and tried to get it and found very quickly that her insurance didn't cover it. So her nephew set up a pot in her back porch area where there's windows and stuff, and he has grown her 3 marijuana plants for about the last year or so that she uses. I'm guessing right now she probably weighs about 110 pounds, and she looks like she's going to make it. Prior to that, she didn't. So, I can understand there is a medical need for some people, but I do not feel that there's a need, looking at the number of people that we say, if I want 100 times what we have listed on our medical marijuana cards in the county right now, that's what, 6,000 or so. How does it justify a large grow, many large grows of 300, 400 plants? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's so easy to grow it yourself, and then some people aren't capable of it. If they're not capable of it, we do have dispensaries in other counties that it can be delivered to. So I just don't see we're at a point in time where we will subject our neighbors and the public to these large marijuana grows. Obviously, it's a law enforcement issue. We have people being killed over this stuff. I certainly don't want it next to me, so how could I possibly want it next to anybody else? I think Supervisor Rice has a good point as far as the black market goes. If we completely ban something, we can go back to prohibition as probably the most exact example of it. You say nobody can do it, what happens? It becomes a crime that we're always chasing our tail on. So I do not believe and I really feel the presentation was really good, and District Attorney Craig and the sheriff, I understand the total ban is probably, from the law enforcement side of it, is the exact way to go. But I just don't know if it's going to solve the problem. Collectively, we have an issue. If I say no to somebody doing it, they're still going to do it. Are we going to have enough time to chase all the people that are doing it illegally, or can we come to the middle with a balance and say, you can grow 6 plants, and that's it, and I don't care whether you grow them inside or outside. But I don't have an answer for it. I'm just pointing out there's the dilemma, and we all knew this dilemma coming in, and that's why we're here today. So do we pick one of these particular options, status quo? I say no. Status quo, no good for me. And I think everybody on the board, no matter how you feel, is not an option. The express ban, I think right now, that's probably the best way to go. The growing season's over in March this year. Next year, we're going to see what the state's going to do. And I would say that we put into place the option 2, the express ban, try to figure out how we're going to get medical marijuana to the people that actually need it, and then decide what's going to happen when it gets on the state ballot and it becomes a legal drug in the state of California. To me, I know it doesn't solve the problem long term, but we don't know what's going to happen long term. So let's try to get to a center midpoint where we can actually do something, have it in place, and then if we're fluid enough, we can change it. And when we're looking at this ordinance, look at it in such a way that it will answer those questions. That's just my position. Sheriff got mad at me. He's leaving the room.
His wife's calling.
But so that's what I've got. So I don't know, how the rest of the board feels about it. But I do not believe that in 6 months we're going to be able to have a total ban on how we address the growing of marijuana. Yes. And that was all my best stuff, too, right? No, that's okay. Good, I'm glad. Go ahead, change it. 5? It's in the camera, but if you're going to go on, I need to. Well, I'm only going to go on for like 1 minute, and it's up to the rest of the board to decide how long they want to go on with this. You can change it. I'm sorry. Because I think that's a really good plan, Supervisor Hanvelt. This intermission is going to be. I know I've got a lot of criticism up here from the board. I know you can't hear some of this because I have gone over the lunch hour, and I apologize to them for it, but we're going to have to take care of it. I really don't feel bad about that. I'm sorry. It wasn't me that brought it to this time.
Off the record.
All right, we're ready to go. I think I had said enough, and what we want to do is we want to try to come to a, taking everybody's thoughts and everything they expressed and come up with something to give staff direction on where we're going to go. And that can be in a form of a motion or...
Yeah, I'll take a crack at it. So I think your idea of, in the interim, directing staff to come back, so I'll just make a motion. I move that we direct staff to come back as soon as possible with an express ban in the interim. At the same meeting, also agendize creating a framework for a working group, a committee structure, 7 people, come up with a balanced representation of stakeholders to start working on an ordinance to bring back at a later date and talk about considerations of timeline that have to do with ballot initiatives and state legislation that will affect the timeline and the implications to that working group and their outcomes.
Okay, would you like to include that motion that the ordinance include that it would be enforced by law enforcement and not as Sheriff's frowning at me, I know.
As part of that ordinance, I think there needs to be several things considered that the working group would have to look at. One is modifying.
Okay, let's one thing first. Let's take the express ban first.
Question on this motion. Are we going to...
Not quite done yet. But okay.
Are we going to include mobile deliveries?
That's my question.
I think that's the most exigent issue.
I'll leave that up to the board. What's the will?
Well, I think... Go ahead.
When you return with a work group, can it have all those outlined in there and just say, with an express ban now, and then direct staff to create a working group to return at a later date?
Okay, Council, what works the best for this? We need some help in creating this motion, please. Go ahead.
Right. If you want to keep it simple, that there will be a working group to consider a regulatory framework, that is understandable, and we understand that the direction includes certain types of people on that group.
My understanding from our discussions prior is that if we are going to meet the January deadline on the mobile deliveries, and we are going to do that with an ordinance, okay, that's going to require 2 hearings, and we need to do that before January, which means that you need to come back to us with an ordinance.
Right. So the one thing that wasn't clear to me is if you needed more information about mobile deliveries or if you intended to ban them pending other review.
Mobile deliveries with conditions is what I was hearing.
That's one thing that we need to look at is how much regulation the local jurisdictions can put on the mobile delivery. So we don't have an answer to your question. So we can bring that back to you probably at the next meeting so that you can decide what you want to do with mobile delivery.
As part of my motion, I will request staff to come back with a separate agenda item to specifically address mobile deliveries.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford, did you
I'll
have
second
someone?
it, yeah.
Okay. We have a first and second. I want to make sure that staff has enough direction. And just to summarize, we're going to do option 2 with mobile deliveries. And
so one question I just want to make it clear is for option 2, you have the normal code compliance process or you have a different process. And you have the option of allowing the working group that we have been working to bring you back something, or you can give us direction on specifically what you would like to see.
Well, I think we'd like to see input from the group, from the sheriff and district attorney, and because they're the ones that are going to have to prosecute it.
Can we look at 2 options? I mean, you basically...
You can certainly look at 2 options, and remember, this is going to be a zoning issue, so you're going to need, we can bring it back to you, then it needs to go to the Planning Commission and back to your board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm a little confused with that comment.
Okay.
If we go to an express ban, it wouldn't not be a zoning issue, would it?
No, it is. That's how you have the power to regulate medical
Oh,
marijuana.
okay, I'm
through your
following
land
what
use
you're
powers.
saying, but not.
So it is a zoning issue.
A zoning issue,
Not
but-
mobile deliveries, though that's not a zoning issue, so that doesn't
Okay,
require the
but-
same process.
Excuse me, we can direct how it's enforced, who is the enforcement officer on that through the zoning.
Right.
I'm just getting the awfulest look from the sheriff.
Okay, but what I think I heard in this motion, and it was kind of long and rambling, so I'm not 100% sure I got it, that we're looking at option 2, an express ban with or without mobile deliveries, whatever you do it. I think that's got to be 2 separate issues, does it?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, we're looking at the sheriff enforcing it. Okay, and the working group is for the longer term, is that not correct?
Right. And just Supervisor.
Say that again?
The working group is for the longer term deal?
Yes.
Okay.
The working group will, you'll come back with an agenda item to put together a working
Right.
group. And I want to clarify what that should be tasked with. One is considering zoning ordinances for medical marijuana, should consider collectives and how that's regulated.
Well, collectives will be abolished. It will be a dispensary.
Dispensary.
Or cultivation.
That needs to be considered. And the other part of it, which may actually be included in the express ban, is giving the authority for code compliance cases related to marijuana to be subject to a different abatement and code compliance process. Expedited, more severe code compliance process.
I want to make it clear that I am not in favor of any commercial type of grows. Any of those rules, regulations have to be established for personal use, not commercial. The commercial grows are our problem. That's what creates the problem. So
So the working group will be looking strictly at personal and primary caregiver, or are we going to be looking at commercial also?
Personal
No.
primary care for me.
I would actually say commercial, but I'm going to count votes here and say it's probably 4-1.
And I also just want to point out that in consideration of a regulatory framework in the future, you would want to also look at some taxing issues, and so we're going to need to expand the group.
Yeah. I think CRA needs to definitely be there. And then I think growers and users, there should be at least some representation from that, and maybe
medical.
neighbors. Yeah. There needs to be advocates from both sides of it and neighbors that are dealing with the issues also that can talk about the things that are showing up in their backyard that are causing problems. But try not to get 30 people on it if we can keep it to 7 or 9 maybe max.
Just a quick comment. If you do get into the commercial arena, then you're going to bring your ag commissioner. And
absolutely.
There's significant ramifications there as well.
Yeah.
And water.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I think we're trying to be compassionate enough to try to get some sort of middle ground balance here and not cause all the problems that these commercial grows are causing. Any other comment from the board?
Just one quick comment. I am assuming that our express ban we will have in place prior to, say, March 1st, so that we avoid situations like what we had down in Don Pedro this year.
Right, that is the goal, so we can bring you back an ordinance with an express ban that you can look at probably at your next meeting, then we can send it to the planning commission, and then it would come back to your board. And we'll bring your board back additional information about mobile deliveries. We can bring that information back next week, or at the next meeting. We won't bring you an ordinance until we've heard more from you after we provide you additional information.
Okay, Ms. Pedro?
Well, just a reminder, I think council knows that we only have 2 more meetings.
That's true.
And that includes next meeting on November 17th and December 15th. So if you intended to take any action on the mobile,
I
you've
would
got 2
recommend
meetings.
you come to us with 2 options on the mobile. First option would be that something along the lines of, if you can, that they need to be card-carrying users, okay, registered in the county, okay, and the other one would be, we're just going to carte blanche allow mobile deliveries.
Okay.
That kind of bounds it, and then we can go from there.
That's no action. So in that case, essentially what we would be looking at is bringing your board really one ordinance proposal that would include some more local controls over deliveries, because the other option is just take no action, they go into effect. So, okay, we can do that.
Okay.
We can do that at your next meeting.
Everyone okay with what we've done? Now, we have a motion on the floor. We have a first for that direction and a second from Supervisor Roedifer. Any more discussion? Staff, you have enough to go on?
We do.
Okay. I'll ask one more time for public comment, and this will be limited to 1 minute. Come to the podium if you have a comment.
Skip Conley, how do you measure, it's going to be his problem, how do you measure DUI on marijuana?
Same as you do now.
Is there any?
That's a question that the sheriff can answer. At the end of the influence, under the influence.
Well, you have it up for alcohol. I was just wondering how they measure
I think the sheriff can answer that very quickly.
There's no breathalyzer test. It's all subjective testing. So it's very difficult.
But you do arrest people for under the influence occasionally, other than alcohol.
Yes.
All right, thank you. One minute?
Well, since I'm already up here.
Okay.
Come on up here. I'll give you my 30. Yeah, I'll give you 30 seconds of my.
This ordinance or this regulation you're going to do is going to be by March 1st, correct? The people in our area will be there in February. They get ready to plant. They may even start planting in February. This is the scenario that has happened in the last 2 years.
Are we going to be ready for the express ban sooner than March, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right,
It's illegal now.
Okay, Sheriff, you wanted to add on and beat us up a little bit? Or?
Yes. I think that we're going down the wrong road in some of the comments. Number one, if we open up the commercial, you're going to have people coming back and talking about the problem right here.
I would agree.
So the commercial, I completely disagree with that. Secondly, if you're going to say now it's a law enforcement issue, this is a civil, is that correct?
It's currently an administrative process.
It's an administrative process? Does the sheriff have authority to enforce those type of laws?
Yes.
Criminal?
Yes, because a zoning violation could be a misdemeanor.
So, we're going down, and I understand we want to appease everybody, but I'm going to tell you right now, you can't. You can't make everybody happy. All right? It's going to come down to a quality of life, what you want. And that's all I'm going to say on that, is that what do you want out of your quality of life? And I'm telling you that we're going to go down a road that is not a very pleasant road unless we are very specific in what we are going to allow and not allow.
That's
and
why
yes, I'm going to be more on the heavier side.
That's why we need you as part of the working group. But do you agree that going down the line with an express ban right now is the right way to go?
It is the right
All
way.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor,
Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
If I may just say, maybe one of the better options is let the working group get together that we've been meeting and let us come up with sort of a task force type way to bring that back to your board so that we can work together to figure out how to best address it. And there's some other models from other counties we can look at where we're working collaboratively.
That's the motion. Can I make one last comment?
Okay.
I just want to address the commercial thing because I think the situation, the poster that you see, that's the last thing that I want to happen. If there was any kind of commercial allowed in my imagination, the way it would be conducted is through a conditional use permit process to where they apply, they have a CEQA document that they would have to go through. You'd have to hire a consultant to put it together. It'd be discretionary. They'd come to our board. We'd impose conditions, just like any highly regulated type of industry. And we would make a decision case by case for each one that could potentially be allowed. And it would never, in my opinion, be allowed on residential zonings.
I respect you, but my question is why? Why? Why would we want to invite that type of element here?
The
I know
element
I'm getting
that I'm imagining is
but I'm
not
sorry.
the illegal cartel type setting that you're looking at there. It's a different type of element. It's a more professional element. And it would be regulated, and that's the direction it's going. I think.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I asked that question.
I didn't get to answer the question.
Well, here's where we're
talk
at.
about that afterwards.
We're not going to come to resolve. We're not going to come to resolve on that, and we've got a motion on the floor. So we have first and a second. Staff has enough direction to move forward. Call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you for all your time and attention.
You know why? Because if you charge $600 per plant, then I can get the sheriff. If you got 800 plants being grown, and I got another $80,000 for him to go out there and crack the hammer.
I can
That is why.
I understand. All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting of November 3rd back to order, and we're going to take item 15. Would the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of adopting a resolution to amend the existing agricultural management plan for Williamson Act Inland Conservation Contract, and to determination that a proposed residence for farm laboring housing is a compatible use under the Williamson Act.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Lawrence and Elizabeth Marham own a 37-acre parcel that is located at 16875 Yosemite Road. They are asking for your support today to be able to add an additional home on their Williamson Act property. The property is subject to a Williamson Act contract that was entered into in 2008, and that is contract number 05WA126. Under the provisions of the Williamson Act, Resolution 10604, one home is allowed on this particular site, which is only 37 acres in size. There's an existing 728 square foot home on the property. The Marhams would like to build a primary home for themselves and to allow their daughter to utilize the existing home as farm labor housing, which is allowed under the Williamson Act. Their daughter does assist with the agricultural use of the property, which is currently dryland grazing and orchards. They have olives and fruit trees on the property. In order for them to pursue their project, they are asking to amend their agricultural management plan portion of their Williamson Act contract. And in order for your board to approve that change, which would be to allow the additional residence, your board must first determine that the existing home is appropriate for farm labor housing. In January of this year, your board adopted Resolution 1315, which established policies for farm labor housing on Williamson Act contracted lands. As part of the Williamson Act regulations in our county, your Agricultural Advisory Committee first reviews requests for changes to agricultural management plans before they come to your board. In this case, the Agricultural Advisory Committee reviewed this proposal, asked me on October 15th, and at that time, your Ag Committee determined by unanimous vote that this project was consistent with your farm labor policies, labor housing policies, which your board adopted last January. And that committee is recommending that your board support this request.
Okay, any questions? I do have one on page 12, the letter from Mr. Stockel. Item 2, I'm a little confused on this. It says denial setback variance from the 200 feet from the RE2. Well,
That's for a different project.
okay.
That's for the Perry conditional use permit.
Well, I'm the wrong one. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. I'm ahead of myself. All right. Any questions? The board? Okay, this is a public hearing. It's not a public hearing? Okay, so I'm going to ask if the public wishes to speak on this matter. Please come forward.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Lawrence Marham, and with my wife Elizabeth, we're the owners of this parcel which we bought in 1986 from Bill Fitch. In 1987, we built what was designated in the permit as a garage guest house, a 728 square foot apartment over a garage. At that time, 2 full residences were permitted under the Williamson Act rules. And this was our phase 1 of a 2-phase project. We intended to build a primary residence at some time in the future. In 1991, my wife and I were asked to go to Africa to serve in combating the HIV/AIDS epidemic. And for the last 24 years, we've been deployed by the U.S. government, by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to work on global health in Africa, living in 5 different countries. Our apartment has been occupied by local farmers and ranchers, and for several years by our twin children, now young adults. But primarily by others who help to manage the cattle, put in the deer fencing, establish the orchard with our support from a distance. Now we're very glad to be home in Tuolumne County, and we seek the designation of the current living quarters as a farm labor quarters so that we can proceed with a permit to build a residence adjacent to it. We seek this, I wish I could say differently, but we're not getting younger, and we seek the addition of farm labor quarters in order for us to fully develop and manage and reach the agricultural productivity of this parcel and be good stewards of the land and fulfill our Williamson Act contract. The last time I appeared before this board was in 1991, and I was very honored when you commended my services as a pediatrician to the children of Tuolumne County. I'm very glad to be back home. That resolution proudly hung in my office in 4 different countries in Africa and also in Atlanta. But now I ask for your favorable consideration to this petition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. Any more public comment on this matter? I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any questions?
No questions, just a quick comment.
Okay.
Because I think it is very important, and I think it was the intention of making this change, how important it is. We value locally grown products. We want to encourage that, and this is exactly the case or the kind of situation where we want the next generation to come back, and how can we help accommodate that. And so I applaud you for having your children involved and trying to get as much as you can out of that agricultural land.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Sure. I'd be happy to make a motion based on the recommendation here to approve the resolution to deestablish Ag Preserve 309 and alter the boundaries of Ag Preserve. Am I on the wrong one, too?
That's the next item.
Yes. Yeah, it's item 15. That's
Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, if I could just have a clarification on the findings. On number 2E, the date of that Resolution 13-15 was adopted was January 20th, 2015. So we just want to update the finding with regard to that one. Got it?
No, I didn't hear you.
He wasn't listening.
I'm sorry. If somebody's got it, just make it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
He's got it now.
There we go. Sorry about that.
2E.
Okay, so I would make a motion to approve the resolution amending the Ag Management Plan based on findings A through E. Also, to approve the proposed farm labor housing that is compatible with Williamson Act pursuant to Rule 8B of Resolution 10604, based on findings A through F. I think that's it.
As corrected.
As corrected.
All right, thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, our 130 appointments. Will the clerk please read our 130 first 130 appointment?
Public hearing to consider Rogers Resolution Disestablish Ag Preserve 309 and Enlarge Agricultural Preserve Special Ordinance amending Section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Thank you, Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Denise Rogers, as the trustee of the Normo Gorso Irrevocable Trust, has submitted an application to rezone a 53-acre parcel that is located at 17951 and 17967 Old Wards Ferry Road. Rezoning the property from exclusive agricultural 37-acre minimum to residential state 5-acre minimum will bring the zoning into consistency with the property's existing rural residential general plan land use designation. However, this property is currently located within Agricultural Preserve number 309. The property is not under a Williamson Act contract, and there is no need to keep the property in an agricultural preserve. The RE5 zoning would not be consistent with the agricultural preserve policies your board has adopted. So it was requested that the 53-acre parcel be removed from the Ag Preserve 309, which currently has 90.2 acres. This would reduce the size of the agricultural preserve well below the 100 minimum established by the California Government Code. The only other property that's currently located in Agricultural Preserve 309 are two assessors' parcels that are owned by Rhonda and Linda Peterson. Those parcels are located at 17990 and 18078 Old Wards Ferry Road. As an alternative to simply altering the boundaries of Agricultural Preserve 309 and ending up with a preserve that is smaller than that required by the Government Code, we are proposing that the Peterson property be moved to Agricultural Preserve 291. That would allow Agricultural Preserve number 309 to be dissolved, and the Peterson property, which is currently under a Williamson Act contract and must remain in an Agricultural Preserve, would then be added to Agricultural Preserve 291, bringing that property up to a total of 114 acres in the preserve. The Peterson property is immediately adjacent to this preserve, so it is logical that it would be adjoined to that preserve. In processing this application, we did receive several letters in opposition. Those letters were concerned about future division of the 53-acre site once it was rezoned to a 5-acre minimum. Concerns were about water. Where would water come for these future parcels? They were concerned about increases in traffic and access to the property, and as well as protecting hilltops that are on the site. Those issues were addressed in the staff report. A biological study was prepared for the project and also an archaeological study. Neither of these studies found that there were any resources that needed protection. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this project at a public hearing on October 7th. After hearing from the applicant's representative and hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of this project by unanimous vote.
Okay, any questions? I'm going to open up the public hearing. Any questions? Ms. Shane? Okay, it is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this item?
Supervisors, Bob Osborne, and I represent Rogers in their application before you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but request your full support for the zone change, etc.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Osborne? Seeing none, is there anyone that wish to speak against this item? Seeing none, anybody neutral to this? All right, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. I know this is in my district. I just would certainly entertain somebody to take some action.
I'll do it. Let me find the... Okay, I move that we approve the resolution disestablishing Agricultural Preserve 309, altering the boundaries of Agricultural Preserve 291 by the addition of 37.1 acres based upon findings A through D, and that we approve zone change RZ 15-003 based also upon findings A through D.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Thank you, Mr. Rodefer, for that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read the second item.
Public hearing to consider Next Trust Resolution to amend the general plan land use designation and special ordinance amending Section 1706-020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Gail Williams, as the trustee of the Enid M. Nix Trust, is seeking a general plan amendment and a zone change for 3 parcels that are located at 11969 and 11985 Bazordi Street in Groveland. These parcels currently feature 4 residences, a shop, and 3 sheds on them. They are rather small parcels with a total acreage of 2.7 acres. The property owner would like to reconfigure these parcels, which would make them more developable in the future. Pursuant to Section 1706-035 of the zoning ordinance, a reconfiguration of parcels cannot result in parcels having additional or more primary zoning districts. Because we already have 2 different zoning districts on these parcels, the reconfiguration will unfortunately add more primary districts. So, in order to be in compliance with the zoning ordinance, a rezoning is required. The rezoning is proposed to be 1 acre of RE1 zoning, 9/10 acre of R1 zoning, single-family residential, and 0.8 acres of commercial zoning. In order for your board to rezone the property, we must first amend the general plan land use designation of the property. And that general plan amendment encompasses just 3/10 of the 2.7 acre parcels, and it would change the general plan land use designation from general commercial to low density residential. This is the process which we've gone through before. Your board has raised concerns about this process for these small changes to lot lines. County Council and I are working on the way to streamline that. We don't have a proposal yet, but we want to reassure you that we are working on a streamlined process for this. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission did consider this project at a public hearing on October 7th, and after hearing from the applicant's representative and hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of this project by unanimous vote.
Any questions? Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this project?
Supervisors, Bob Osborne, and I represent Williams and the Nix Trust in their request for the general plan amendment and zone change. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against this project? Anyone neutral? Bring it back to the board. This, again, nothing happens in Tuolumne County that isn't in my district, it seems like.
You want to close the public hearing?
So I'm going to close the public hearing and see if one of my colleagues here will.
Wait. Hang on. Mr. Chair, I think we did have an individual that was going to speak neutrally.
No, I haven't. I can have you, if you wish to speak, please come forward. I haven't closed it yet.
Well, I just kind of have a comment, like, this kind of sounds fishy to me. So tell me how this is okay.
Ms. Shane, will you answer that? We are working on this problem. It looks complicated.
The property owner has 3 parcels, wishes to change the boundaries of those parcels.
Right.
And so the process, I'm not sure what part sounds fishy, but the zoning ordinance currently has restrictions on reconfiguration of parcels.
Right. So in order to get what the applicant wants,
Yes.
which is rezoning, then you're going to amend the general plan too.
That's right, because zoning must be consistent with the general plan.
Right.
Right.
And that kind of sounds fishy to me. So that's just my only comment.
All right, thank you. Okay, anyone else? We're going to close the public hearing.
Can I ask for a clarification, just for the
Absolutely,
public?
I just closed.
Yeah. Can you explain the process for amending the general plan, how frequently we do that, can do that, and that it's not unheard of that we do that?
Yes, we routinely, I shouldn't say routinely, we always offer property owners the ability to request an amendment to the Tuolumne County General Plan. General plans, while they are the constitution for development for a local jurisdiction in California, they are to be looked at as dynamic documents and not static. They should change over time to reflect changes in our culture, our needs, or the desires of property owners. And so we do accept applications year-round, but we only process applications from property owners twice a year. The California Government Code limits amending a mandatory element of the general plan, such as the land use element, to no more than 4 times per year. So we typically reserve 2 times per year for county-initiated general plan amendments or general plan amendments that go into an environmental impact report process, which can take a long period of time. Other than that, we would process the other applications with hearings in the spring and in the fall, such as you're hearing right now. We typically do receive 2 or 3 applications per year, so as you said, Supervisor, this is not unheard of. In fact, is commonly requested for people who want to do minor projects such as this or a very large project. We don't discriminate on that. It's simply they apply and we go through the process, which also entails environmental review or determination of exemption from CEQA.
Okay. Any other questions?
You want me to make the motion for you?
I would be happy for you to do that, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll move approval of the proposed general plan amendment based upon findings A through D, contingent upon adoption of the master plan resolution amending the general plan, and approval of the proposed zone change based upon findings A through D, contingent upon adoption of the master resolution amending the general plan.
All right, we've got a motion. Looking for a second.
A second.
Seconded by Supervisor Brennan. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 3.
This is a public hearing to consider Oddfellows resolution to amend the general plan land use designation and special ordinance amending section 170602 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. The Oddfellows Sierra Recreation Association owns a 463-acre parcel that is located at Wheeler Road at the intersection with Old Jordan Way and Solomon and on the Oddfellows Sierra Park subdivision. Their 463-acre parcel is designated Parks and Recreation by the general plan and is also zoned general recreational. That large parcel is bordered by small residential lots. As you'll note on the map on page 3, a house on assessor's parcel number 3106410 next to the Oddfellows property was built across the property line. The property owner now would like to acquire a very small portion of the Oddfellows property so that the house will be on one parcel rather than straddling the property line. The house is located on property that is zoned single-family residential, mobile homes excluded. And they have applied for a lot line adjustment through tentative parcel map T15-021. Adjusting the line would end up with the parcel having 2 primary zoning districts instead of 1. As we just discussed on the last project, that is not allowed. So similarly, this application entails rezoning 0.12 of an acre from general recreation to single-family residential mobile homes exclusion, and also a general plan amendment of that same small portion of the property from Parks and Recreation to low-density residential. During the processing of this project, we received no comments from any of the adjoining property owners, and the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, at its public hearing on October 7th, heard no opposition to the project, and after hearing from the applicant's representative, has recommended approval of this project as well.
Any questions? I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this project?
Supervisors, Bob Osborne. And I represent the Oddfellows Sierra Rec Association and request the general plan amendment and zone change. One of the, just kind of off the, not specifically to do with this, but as Bev mentioned, often what happens is someone wants to know where a boundary is. That happened with Gail Williams. And so we survey it and then find out that there's a problem. And then to exacerbate the problem, there's an issue with the zoning, and then further it impacts the general plan, and so here we are. I know their staff is working on a solution to make this an easier process, and I encourage it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish, this is in favor of the project?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
So what I want to say is, in favor of this project, that I get this one. This is a boo-boo that needs to be fixed, and so to do that, you need to change the zoning a little bit, and you need to amend the general plan to do that. Then this is all cleaned up, and everything is okie-dokie. Is that correct? And I didn't see okie-dokie in the last one.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody wish to speak against this project? Anyone wishing to speak neutral? Close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
This is mine. So. Okay, so I'll move to approve the general plan amendment, GPA 15-004, based on the following findings and contingent upon adoption of the master resolution amending the general plan, findings A through D, and to also approve the zone change RZ 15-006 based on findings and contingent upon master resolution amending general plan A through D.
Okay. Looking for a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 4?
This is not a public hearing, but it's consideration of adopting the new master resolution amending Tuolumne County General Plan.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I mentioned, we only amend the general plan a limited number of times per year. When we have more than one project, we process them together as into one master resolution. So your board has already approved the general plan amendment for the Nix Trust and also for the Oddfellows project. So I'm simply asking you now to adopt the master resolution for those general plan amendments as you have already discussed and have approved.
Okay, any public comment? Any questions for Ms. Shane? Back to board for a motion.
I move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. And I believe we are on item 16? No, that's been pulled. I'm sorry, 14. Well, I would, but 13's not here. I'm hoping he will come up when he hears this. So we're going to do 14.
14 is consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by repealing and replacing Chapters 1609, 1610, 1611, 1622 to clarify the existing procedure, and adding Section 1622-080 to establish provisions for the expiration of applications.
Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Marilyn Fitzsimmons, County Surveyor. And we're asking for your consideration of an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by repealing and replacing Chapters 16.09, 16.10, 16.11, and 16.22. These amendments are to clarify existing procedures and to also add a new section, 16.22080, to establish a provision for the expiration of applications. So within your package, you'll find a document detailing the proposed amendments. The proposed additions are identified with a red underline, and the proposed deletions are identified with a blue strike through. So Title 16, as you're aware, is Tuolumne County Ordinance Code that governs land development issues related to land divisions. The provisions within Title 16 are in accordance with the State Subdivision Map Act. Chapter 1609 governs the procedure for lot line adjustments, which I'll just interject. We've taken out wording in lot line adjustment in regards to the multiple zoning in this amendment, which is what you guys were talking about on the last subjects.
But if I that doesn't.
But it doesn't change everything.
It'll just make it easier when we do change the zoning ordinance. We won't have to go back and change this again.
Right. We're looking forward to that. Okay, and then Chapter 1610 governs procedure for mergers, 16.11 governs procedure for re-subdivisions, and Chapter 16.22, which is currently entitled Enforcement, governs procedures and sets policies for review of compliance with Subdivision Map Act. In summary, I'll just go through the changes quickly. The proposed amendments to Chapter 1622 include changing the title of it to Administration and Enforcement. We're adding Section 16.22080 to establish a time frame and procedure in which dormant incomplete applications will expire. We are deleting Section 16.22025 relating to violation permit penalties. We're adding submittal requirements for certificates of compliance. We are clarifying the notification process for notices of intention to file a notice of violation and correcting some grammatic errors. The amendments proposed in Chapter 16.09, 16.10, and 16.11 include the clarification of application and review procedures, the clarification of required submittals, and some grammatic corrections. These amendments are being proposed to clarify the process and the submittal required for these chapters. The proposed amendments are consistent with the State Subdivision Map Act, and because these modifications constitute administrative changes to the county ordinance, they will have no significant adverse effect on the environment. Consequently, the project is not subject to environmental review under CEQA. It is recommended that your board waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and schedule adoption of the ordinance for your meeting on November 17th, 2015.
Okay, any questions? Any public comment? Okay, before I call for the motion, this is a lot of work to clean up this stuff, and it certainly is appreciated, and I'm sure it's going to make the process much more fluid in the future to have
Thank you.
those changes. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll move we waive the first reading of ordinance amending Title 16 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and schedule adoption of the ordinance for our next Board of Supervisors meeting.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Board of Equalization. Item 13.
13A is consideration of approving minutes of the meeting of November 4th, 2014.
Okay. Any questions on the minutes? Any public comment? Bring it back for the board for an action.
Move approval.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item B.
Consideration of approving agreement to extend time for a hearing of an application of change assessment number 25, Direct TV LLC for fiscal year 2013 through 14.
Mr. Whitman.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. And so first, I just want to give you some quick background on the R&T code, Revenue and Taxation Code, concerning applications for changed assessment. It requires that the County Appeals Board make a determination on timely filed applications for changed of assessment within 2 years. If a determination is not made, then the applicant's opinion of assessed value is enrolled for that fiscal year as the assessed value. And so in order to prevent that from happening, we are asking for an extension on this one. And this one with DirecTV, it's been in the works for quite some time. The California Assessor Association put together a working group comprised of 4 other counties, and they met with DirecTV representatives and the State Board of Equalization to pretty much just tighten up a factor table for top set boxes, which was the main item of discussion for the appeal. They did go ahead and agree on a factor table, which we did go ahead and use. The only reason we're asking for an extension on this one is that they have maybe 500 or so applications or appeals throughout the state, and we just don't think that they'd get to us before December 2nd.
Okay. Any questions? Any public comment? Bring it back for action.
So how long an extension are you requesting? That wasn't clear to me.
It'll probably be completed within the next couple of months, but if we did a 6-month extension, that should be more than enough time.
Okay, I'll move we give them this approve the extension for 6
The
months.
first and the second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item number C.
Consideration of approving an agreement to extend time for a hearing of an application change assessment number 23 and 25 for Skyline Place Holdings for fiscal year 2013-14 and 2014-15, respectively.
So same background as the previous one. We have a 2-year time limit to go ahead and have you guys make a determination. On this one, we are asking for additional time because there was a purchase in between the 2 different appeals, and there's been 2 different parties. We've had issues contacting, pretty much just getting information from them, such as their general ledger, their chart of accounts and depreciation schedule. We finally have kind of narrowed it down to who has it. And so what we're planning on doing with this one is we're planning on auditing both Skyline and Oak Terrace, which will be the next appeal. And this will just go ahead and get those, get the general ledger, the chart of accounts, and depreciation schedule that we've requested. And it'll just help us prepare for that. And they're also asking for additional time as well.
Okay.
So how much time do you want?
This one, if they were to drag their feet and it went through the whole process, we would finally have the information we needed by the end of June. So if we could get it, an extension till August, that should work.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we accept the agreement to extend time, and should extend it for a year.
That'll take care of it. Do we have a second? Any public comment? Who's second? Evan second. Okay, so I'll bring back the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item D.
Consideration of approving an agreement of an extension of time for a hearing of an application of change assessment number 25 for Sonora Memorial Care LLP DBA Oak Terrace Memory Care LLP DBA Oak Terrace Memory Care for fiscal years 2013 through 14 and 2014 through 15.
So these are the same owners as the same in item number C, and we're just requesting the same. For a year.
Okay. Looking for a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All
For a
right.
year.
Public comment?
Public comment? Sure. Anybody want to comment on this?
I'll second.
Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. So item 7, we're going to adjourn the Board of Equalization and resume as the Board of Supervisors.
'16 has been pulled off the agenda, so
Yes.
we'll go with 17, right?
17.
Okay. This is consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $32,260 from the California Healthcare Foundation Opioid Safety Coalition Grant Award towards continuing efforts to decrease the rates of overdose and deaths from opioid drugs in Tuolumne County, and increase appropriations by the same amount in the Public Health Administration line item, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all documents related to the Opioid Safety Coalition Grant.
Ms. Ortiz,
Hello.
again.
Again, Dr. Ortiz, health officer. So in September, your board approved a resolution in support of the Opioid Safety Coalition. As the coalition, we applied for a grant from the California Healthcare Foundation, and we found out last week that we were awarded that grant to a total of $44,861 over 18 months. This grant provides funding for coalition efforts in 3 federal priority areas: supporting safe prescribing guidelines and practices, expanding access to medication-assisted therapy, and increasing access to naloxone, which is a medication that can reverse the effects of a withdrawal immediately. We're delighted to have been awarded this grant and intend to use this money to provide education to providers and the public on these 3 priority areas. And so it is respectfully recommended that your board recognize unanticipated revenue in the amount of $32,260 from the California Healthcare Foundation Regional Opioid Safety Coalition Grant Award towards continuing efforts to decrease the rates of overdose and death from opioid drugs in Tuolumne County, increase appropriations by the same amount in the Public Health Administration line items, and authorize the county administrator to sign all grant-related documents.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt.
The question I've got is, why aren't we recognizing $44,861 and accepting the $32,000 this year and the rest will be next year? Shouldn't we be recognizing all of it? No?
No, it's over 18 months. That'll put part of the money in next fiscal year's
Why don't
budget.
we recognize that?
It's a budgeting term for when you recognize it's in this
After the
budget.
fact. Okay. Okay, then I'll make the motion in favor of that.
All right. We have first by Supervisor.
And I'll second.
Public comment first. Seeing none. Got a second?
Yeah, well, just a
Comment?
quick comment, real quick, because the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee has been working on a survey from the state, and they recognize that opioid abuses are probably one of the leading
Yes.
most abused substances in Tuolumne County currently.
Yes.
Big problem.
Pedro.
Just a reminder, this is a 4/5 vote item.
Okay. so we're not going to take the money. All right, so we had a first, we had a second, call for the, and ask for public comment, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 18.
Consideration of approving an appointment to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors for the 2015-16 association year.
Mr. Pedro, you want to handle
Well, each
the background?
Yeah, just
background for that?
each year, CSAC asks for confirmation from each county, who their board of director representative is. This is attached to your packet is the letter that we got from CSAC. They would like to know by December 1st, well, right away. And in here, it calls for you to appoint a director for the coming year and also an alternate. So it's really up to the board.
All right.
Sure. Well, for the last 2 years, I've served as the CSAC delegate, and it's been a fun project. But I'd actually like to withdraw from serving on that in the future to focus additionally just on my own local constituent and district issues as a priority. And also, I'm extremely busy with my own business and personal life. And like I said, I want to prioritize my dedication to my district issues. So I'd like to open it up also for an opportunity for another board member.
Okay, so we're going to open it up for a nomination to that position.
I'd like to nominate Supervisor Sherry Brennan to be our primary representative to CSAC.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Are you willing? Okay, that's important because it is a time. It is a time commitment. Okay. Any public comment? We have first and a second. We'll call for the vote.
Here's
You
public
got
comment.
public comment.
You have public comment, because I think that's a wonderful idea.
Well,
Thank you.
well, I did ask for it, but I did look. Okay, so am I. All right, so we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 4-0 because she didn't vote.
I did not vote.
I can't hear you.
Are we doing an alternate also?
Yeah.
Yes, and I think the alternate has been Supervisor Hanvelt. Any objections to that remaining the same?
No.
That works.
Okay. So do we have to vote on that? All right. Public comment?
Well, we need a motion in a second, don't we?
Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, we have first and second. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0. It's not 4-0. You just,
One abstention.
one abstention. Okay. Report, Supervisor Hanvelt. I'm going to start with you.
You're going to start with me, okay? Well, I'm only going to report out what I already said, and that we all went to the four of us, Tracy, Riggs, Supervisor Brennan, Mike Albrecht, and myself went to the governor's meeting, and I got to tell you that that was an interesting experience to see all those people there. But we were successful in getting that proclamation, and that made my day. And I don't need to report anything else.
All right, Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I only got two things to report. One, I did participate in the NACO Western Interstate Regional conference call. I did forward out, I believe, all the after conference call materials, the minutes, and all of that stuff. So you all got that. I did have an opportunity on the 24th with a couple of other supervisors to celebrate the year with one of our heritage industries at the Farm Bureau's annual meeting and dinner. It was a wonderful evening, and to top it all off, I had the winning raffle ticket for a basket of fruit and vegetables from Supervisor Sherry Brennan's ranch. So that was a wonderful evening. Thanks, Sherry.
All right, Supervisor Royce.
Sure, just two things. Last week, I attended a meeting held at Dodge Ridge to talk about the Highway 108 pass closure policy that Caltrans has, and there was everybody from Caltrans to Forest Service to Visitors Bureau and local tourism industry representatives. And it was a good meeting, very productive. I think the biggest thing that we learned is kind of the communication resources coming out of Caltrans to notify people that are coming up here on what's going on. And so Lisa Mayo with Visitors Bureau knows those resources. They're going to be put on their website. There's an app. There's a radio station and a number of things that identify what's going on for people. And Caltrans really laid out their policy and what dictates their decision-making so that basically they wait till as long as possible to make the determination up to where safety allows. And so it made sense. It seemed reasonable. We just wanted to really emphasize the importance to the businesses of that traffic. And so it was a good meeting. We talked about having a follow-up every year just so we can kind of stay on the same page. So that was productive. And then what was the other one I wanted to share? Sorry, I'm blanking out here. The week before that, I met with Molly, the ranger for the Summit Ranger District, talking about the parking situation in Pinecrest. And there's a lot of interest. I think I mentioned that before at our last meeting. Craig's going to be helping me with that one, and some of our CRA staff's involved. Eventually, they'll be coming to us to talk about the parking lot that the county has a permit for right there, and also some of the right-of-way, how we deal with signage and enforcement and all of those types of issues. So just be prepared for that.
Supervisor Brennan.
So I would like to report on the Vision Sonora meeting, which was held on the 22nd of October. A couple of things. The marketing committee will be moving forward with looking at branding for the city of Sonora, and I would encourage anyone that wants to get involved in that process to please do that. They will be coming out with a meeting schedule, and I will be encouraging them to, of course, hold some of those meetings in the evening for individuals that have businesses and are working so that they can participate and attend. And then lastly, their schedule is changing for the November and December meetings, and I apologize. My phone went on the fritz this last weekend, and so I don't have that date, but you can go to the Sonora City website, and it should be posted there. The meeting, they are condensing the two meetings into one. I believe it is the third Thursday of December, but you can find it on the city website. That's it.
Okay, County Council.
Okay, over the last several weeks, attorneys in our office have provided training to child welfare on report writing for court. Chris and I attended a legal update related to employment law. He also drafted an unlawful detainer for ATCA. Carlin and I have spent a great deal of time together working on the medical marijuana presentation that your board saw earlier, and I have to thank not just her, but the other department heads and staff that participated, because we could not have put that presentation together without all of their participation, and of course I'm asking for further participation from them so that we can bring an ordinance back to your board. So we'll be working on that next week. And I also worked for the Sheriff's Office and probation on a records request from a school involving a juvenile matter. So that has kept us quite busy over the last several weeks. And I wanted to say one other thing, and I want to thank your board. A couple of weeks ago, I was able to send Chris Schmidt to NITA training, National Institute for Trial Advocacy. It was a week-long intensive training, obviously on trial advocacy, and what he brought away from it is helping all of our staff. So I'm really thankful that we were able to put that in our budget, because the skills he learned, he's putting into place, but he's also taking time to train us. So I'm really thrilled about that. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk. Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, was able to go to the County Administrators Association's annual meeting a week ago. Took Tracy with me. First time I think she's been able to attend one of those with me. I've been rotating through the deputies. Good conference. We talked everything from, where's technology, going to always get a good economic forecast. I'm going to send the board, this is awfully lengthy, so I'm going to send a link to the board. The speaker there was Christopher Thornburg. He's the founding partner of Beacon Economics. And it was kind of interesting. He gave more statistics than I've ever seen in my life from any of these economists, and they can throw a lot of statistics at you. But a very technical discussion. His feeling is that we're talking another 2 to 3 years of growth in the economy here in California, and then it wouldn't collapse but slow down significantly. Of course, he showed what 31 leading economists' opinions were when this would happen, and he's one of them. Gave his rationale. That was interesting. So there's scary things in these presentations. Like I'd not heard this one before. The top 1% in wage earners income hold 40 to 50% of all wealth in the world. So the top 1% in income control 40 to 50% of the wealth in the whole world. Scary when you think about it. He said that can bring about instability, in governments. It's one of the reasons a lot of us have been concerned, even in California, that so much of our income, particularly for behavioral health, is based on the income, tax, the millionaire tax. But he went on and on. I won't do that right now. But it was a good time, a lot of mentoring amongst senior CIOs with others, and just good information. Also, just wanted to mention the DPRT meeting. The Development Process Review Team did meet last week, and I know your board is aware of this, but for the public to be aware, too, that our dashboard that we follow, your board wanted to make sure that thing got back green. And in the building category, it's absolutely green now, and that's thanks to the resources your board helped put to it, and also getting some staff back and trained. We're still in the red in several of the environmental health categories. However, they're about to hire additional staff there, and we do have some people out on extended leave. And hope to have that back in the green by your next quarterly report. And I just sent down, lest there be any doubt, people's viewpoint of your development departments, just opinion after opinion, emails about people's appreciation for what your community resource agency is doing by way of public service. So I thought you'd want to know about that. The juvenile facility is going along smoothly. They've been able to work through the change orders. I think Mo talked to your board about the rock and getting that all resolved and so forth. So all the change orders have been resolved. The project's moving smoothly. They should have all of the pad poured here shortly, and that'd be good news because from there we can go up regardless of what the weather does. Do just want to mention we're fighting through. I've been in and out a little bit today. We're trying to get a vendor number established for the county of Tuolumne so the state can start paying us. So I thought you'd want me to take care of some of that today because we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars with each invoice that we pay. So we want to get reimbursed. And so I know before Mo took a well-deserved time off, she was trying to prime the pump on that. There's been consultation, discussion with her and Debbie Batista. But even today, with Christina's help, it looks like we may start to get that uncorked. But of all things, they need a vendor number for the county of Tuolumne so they can start paying us, if you can believe that. On the jail, just to mention, the system does work through the design process. There's different stages of the design of a building. And the jail is at the schematic, getting to the end of the schematic design phase of the project. And at the end of every phase, it's required that they do a construction cost estimate to make sure that we're on track. We're not building something that's beyond our budget. And this is okay to report that they were slightly over what our estimated target budget was, but the team is working through alternatives, and the team meaning the sheriff, the undersheriff, the commander, jail commander, and Mo and myself all participated in that. And the team is working through that to make sure that we get the design targeted to meet the dollars that we do have available. So the system works, but I just want to let your board know where that is at. And then again, in case the public didn't know, I think your board's well aware, that the National Disaster Resiliency Competition application did get submitted and was accepted, so set your calendars, and we should know in January whether or not we have been successful. So that's it.
All right, just a quick report. On Thursday, I gave a report to the Yosemite 120 Chamber of Commerce of where certain things are in the county, like the Juvenile Detention Center, the jail, and NDRC grant. When you start looking at all the things that you've worked on over the past year, it's amazing how many issues that you come together with at the end of the year. So, I always tell people that it's, I'm not doing it. It's county staff and the Board of Supervisors that get this done. It's not an individual thing, but it takes us all to get those things done. The other thing is, yesterday I met with a representative from Tesla concerning the possibility of installing some charging stations on a 120 corridor. I'll be bringing back more information to the board. There's nothing committed. It was just a general discussion. And most importantly, this Friday, the 6th, at 6 o'clock at Groveland Community Hall, we're going to have a town hall meeting. And
Friday the 6th.
Is it Friday the 6th? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And at 6 o'clock, and welcome anybody that wishes to come and listen to us talk about the county and what's going on with law enforcement and all the other interesting things. So that's my report. Clerk, please read our closed session items.
Are we going with all of them, Mr. Pedro? Okay. Closed session, Conference of Labor Negotiators, Craig Pedro, Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 5497.6, all bargaining units, Public Employee Appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer. Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Price and Terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, Negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, Gary Wilson, related to several parcels at the Jamestown Mine, APN 58227 through 30, 58231 through 35, 58560 01 through 02, 59080-42, and Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. Title is County Administrator.
Okay, do we expect to report anything out? We don't. Any public comment on the closed session items? See none, we'll go into closed session.